Yay! I'm gonna wait for the guest of honor before I really dive into everything. But tonight should be fun. One model. Hopefully start to finish. I'm not gonna go fast, but I don't think it will take more than 6 hours. That's the plan. This guy right here. And figure out my list of paints here. Maybe could have done this ahead of time. Turn these off. Clicking lots of eyeballs. Okay. Bam. Yeah. Paint list. Cool. So currently that's blocking everything. Music is a little louse. Alright, hang on. Yeah, check out my paint list. I'll turn down the music. That's fair. That was very loud. I see that now. I know, I've got a beautiful voice. Plus, we are actually talking about how to paint. It's a step-by-step today. Consider that the very loud intro. That was the, like, getting ready music. Now the music is lower. It's background. Oh, that's too quiet. There we go. Thank you for the heads up, though. Believe it or not, I don't listen to myself the whole time because it's actually really hard to talk with your own voice playing in your head. But also, hi! I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Bruh. Critique. Tell you what, the first thing I'll say to you, ignore all the other stuff I've said before. This is now the first thing I've said to you. You can't even spell. You're bad at typing. Now we're even. That's alright, me too. I'm lucky, I get to sit here and talk. Everybody else has to type at me. I just realized I've not advertised on Discord that I'm live. So I'll just do that. We're live. It's painting time. You're not late at all. But you are the man of the hour. So, welcome. I have prepped probably way too hard for this whole thing, but I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited to paint this guy. Oh, heck yeah, dude. So I have, and I will post this probably occasionally, but I have them individually as well. This is your whole paint list. This is everything I'm going to use tonight. And I will have them up on screen as I use them as well. But this is the whole thing. Base and all. I tried to keep it like when there's similar colors, I keep them to the same color so that we can kind of minimize the pops of paint. So we're going to be reusing stuff in different ways. Specifically that Iron Hand steel. But let's see. Where do we want to start? So first I want to talk about And we have the fluffles. Because we've been seeing so much stuff about people not knowing about priming and spraying, I just am going to talk about that real quick. First of all, I lied to you, Wolven, initially, and said I was going to spray it gray. And that was because it's like a fine starting point if you don't know what else to do. But black, I did this time because so much of the model is going to be black. And it's a bit of a trade-off, because when you paint black, you kind of want to start gray, and then you want to go down, you want to be able to shade it down and then brighten up the highlights. So when you start with just a pretty flat black, this is pretty darn black. It's kind of hard to shade this. So basically what we're going to do is treat this black as the shade, and we're going to do a dry brush over the coat to kind of make the mid-tone. We're going to do a really heavy dry brush of a dark gray, specifically, and this will be the first one we do, Mechanica Standard Gray. And then we're going to make the highlight of an even brighter gray. So that way, wherever we paint, we're going to get 3 tones total, minimum, and that's how you make something look really nice. But yeah, with spraying, I don't know, everybody's always asking about it, but basically, it makes a nice... Some people skip it, and it's fine. It can be fine. You're more likely to chip if you don't put some sort of spray. It makes a nice overall coat that the paint can stick to. And unless you're using like a metallic spray for a quick color coverage, the kind of texture of the spray is really good and grippy for paint. The metallic ones are a little bit different. They're really shiny and slick, and they can be a bit of a pain. But if you have a model that's lots of metallics, it's worthwhile. So anyway, that's our primer. Yeah, today was really nice and sunny and hot. Probably even a bit too dry for spraying, but it was not too wet. It was not too cold. I shook it until my arms fell off. And whenever you spray a mini, just start spraying like off of the mini, go across it, finish spraying off the mini. That way you avoid pooling, killing details. And that's how we got here. That's our starting spot. We're here with black. So we're going to start first with that Mechanica Standard Gray. We're going to do the coat basically almost all the way up because we're going to do it with dry brushing, and it's going to be a little bit messy. So we want to do that first. It'll be nice and quick, and then we can get in on all the other littler details that are sitting on top of the coat. But this is just going to be the quickest way to get through that coat. So let me stop just talking and paint some stuff, because that's the exciting part anyway. That and chatting. So I actually am kind of lucky. I have a fairly destroyed teeny tiny brush, and I'm going to use this as a miniature dry brush. I don't usually like using really tiny brushes just because they don't hold paint as well. Everything dries out all the time. But specifically for your Death Korps, because they're so small, like they are just actually physically small models, little brushes are kind of going to be the way to go. For big flat areas, I'm still probably going to bust out like, you know, what is this, a monster brush, I think, from Wargamer? Like a medium layer brush type of deal. But where'd my Mechanica Standard go? Bam. It's painting time. So that was a lot of information, maybe out of order, but I was going to talk your ear off. That's my goal today. And the VOD will go on YouTube. I'm actually going to probably this weekend upload a lot of old VODs to YouTube, because I need to start filling out that channel. Shake the paint. Shake the paint. Or buy a thing that shakes the paint. I'm tempted. Alright. Oh, I suppose, real quick, I will keep talking because it's silly. Or because it's silly. That's why. That's the answer. So, I'm going to run through these real quick. Oh, it's really hard to point at because it's above my hand. That's weird. I was really tempted to point at my screen, which is really goofy. But so I'll just run through. Aggressor Shade is the only shade that we're actually going to be using. And that's to keep everything looking really dirty. Auric Armor Gold is going to be for a lot of little sigils and things. It's not going to be very much. It's the highlight on those. The Black Templar is actually going to go over a silver to make dark armor. I went back and forth for a very long time on whether or not to make the armor for the scheme like a really dingy gold brass or to go black. Because the classic Death Korps armor is kind of like a black metal. But with the coat being black, I couldn't decide if that was going to be too much black. But you mentioned like Spec Ops. So, black on black, it'll be alright. Because we're doing a lot of the kind of picking out details in red and such, I think it'll still be just fine. We'll get the contrast across the model. But that was what I really, really wanted to say. Was that armor was kind of a back and forth for me, and it may still be. It may be worth trying multiple things. But yeah. But we'll come back to that. It's going to be a little weird. We're going to make it metal, and then we're going to make it dark. I'm still getting way ahead of myself. So, dry brushing. I don't know why I went for more paint. Just get a bunch of paint in the bristles. Get it all off the bristles. Perhaps check it. Cool. So now, we're just going to come in here. I'm going to try to hit all of these raised areas. There's not much to hit here. We can get this bump. And we're going pretty heavy with it. Like I said, I want to get most of the cloak, not most of the cloak, but a good maybe 30% of the cloak to this color. Like the actual area of the black sections of the cloak. And it's going to feel very wasteful on paint. And it kind of is. But it works oh so nicely. Well, again, I'm just getting it to... It barely comes off on my thumb. Accept the waste. It's in the name of beautiful models. So I'm trying to pull it here perpendicular to any of the raised sections. So I will actually turn my brush or turn the model just to make sure that I'm going against whatever detail I'm trying to hit. If you go kind of along the edge of the detail, you may accidentally get paint where you don't necessarily want it. His bayonet back here is very much in my way. I can get much closer here. So there's sort of that look on the bottom of the coat. Now we just move through the rest of the coat. And so this is why we sprayed it black. We're saving ourselves a lot of time here. And it's like not quite speed painting level time saving, but it'll save you a lot of sanity when you've got to do a bunch of these guys in a row. You said kill team, so it's not as big a deal. So we're just going to sneak the brush in here and try to get this kind of raised section on the thigh, as well as the coat underneath the pit. I'm going to get in focus here. And for a lot of the time, it may look like no paint is even coming off. And that's fine, because we can always add more. It's much harder to take it away. So err on the side of a sadder brush than one that's got a lot of paint on it. It's very tempting to like, oh, I'll just leave a little bit more paint, because then it'll just work a little bit faster, and it's terrible. Don't do it. It's a trick. Well, this is why this step is first. You see I'm hitting the crap out of the tube there. So the goal is not to not make mistakes. The goal is to plan ahead so that you can make up for your mistakes, fix your mistakes easily. Trying to get this hit a little bit. It's out of focus again. Ugh. It's really struggling. I'm trying to keep it honest. It's also so hot today, which means this dry brush is struggling. The paint is drying up too much. Let's see if I can... Alright, camera, stay there. Focus on this. Focus on hitting these details. Please and thank you. Nope, there it goes. Whoop, there it is. I got it. Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, gosh, it's really... Come here, you. It's because it's all black. As soon as there's more definition on this model, the autofocus will actually have an easier time. It's a weird problem. Thankfully, you won't have to worry about a camera focusing on the model. So far, that's the worst part of painting these. Again, we're just going perpendicular. Well, there we go. Cool. And I'm just gonna keep hitting this. I'm being pretty brutal to this brush. But I'm definitely out of paint. So, we load up again. Alright, let's get that back in focus. So this arm is, with all of these creases in it, this is a really... That's too much paint. I didn't test it on my thumb. That side had a little much on it. There we go. It's fine. But so this sleeve with all of these creases is a perfect candidate for a really nice heavy dry brush, because it grabs a lot of the paint. And yeah, there we go. So this cuff on the end is actually going to be red. And so something to keep in mind whenever you're doing something like this, where you're... So we're keeping the black in the recesses, and then we're making our mid-tone, which is this gray, this Administratum, or sorry, Mechanicus Standard. I should pull that card back up. What you need to keep in mind is, overall, the way our eye reads a color is whatever is the majority, so 50% or more. So as long as most of the coat is black, so you can see definitely in here, even though I've got all these nice gray bits, it's mostly black. Your eyes are still going to read it as a black object. And you can go really close to that 50% line with lots of other colors, and overall your eye will still say that thing is black. So that's kind of what we're doing. We're bringing as much definition as we can with the gray, and we're leaving about 50% of the coat black. And it's a black coat. So even if you change out kind of how you want to make a black, you can, this focus. You can make it with all kinds of blues and things. A blue-black is really common. That'll end up giving you sort of a matrixy, like leather coat vibe. But as long as you leave 50% of it as black, you'll have a black coat. Again, I'm still just trying to hit all these details, build up this gray, just to get some definition on it. And honestly, you could probably do a larger brush and just do a super, almost lazy gray dry brush like this over the entire model. And it might at least save you a bit of a headache or needing a ruined tiny brush. Because we're going to paint pretty much over everything else. Anyway. So I'm spinning it around. I'm liking what we've got on the bottom. I'm liking this sleeve here. Let's see if I can get it. So we're liking the bottom coat. We're liking that sleeve. Man, my hands are so bright. Give me a black object. Oh, hey! Thank you! There we go. So, I appreciate that. So we're pretty happy with those. I think a spot that still needs a little bit of love is right in underneath this armpit here. There's just not much happening there. It's still very shiny even from our spray. So we're just gonna get in there and fix that up real quick. Just with a... So my brush is too loaded up, so this is kind of a mistake coming in. Thankfully, one, it's in a recessed area. Two, this is a fun time to explain. Man, my hands are just too bright. It starts balancing, auto-balancing. It's very hard to see that black. But you can see I hit it with a little bit too much gray, just kind of in the middle of a flat plane. But, man, it's really hard to show, because the way the light hits this thing, when you look at it this way, my mistake lands right in that beam of light. And so it actually just looks like shading. Like if you think of if you were painting a 2D painting, you'd put a brighter color where the light is shining. And my mistake landed there. So I'm not even going to go back and try to fix this. I'm going to call this an acceptable drop of gray there. And that's effectively also the very, very beginning of non-metallic metal. Not that he's got a metal coat or that that's an effect we're going for, but just an interesting tidbit. Yeah, and in fact, if you want to make it so it's already looking pretty worn down here, but what we can do, so let's see, I can show it now. This brush has totally dried up from the heat. It's just dropping nothing, but there is technically paint in there. And what we can do is come down here and just really grind it against this coat until we get a little bit of a scratch effect. Not grinding too hard to the point where we're taking paint off. I'm not like taking the metal of the ferrule against it or anything, but just enough that we really wiggle some paint out of the bristles. And you get kind of a crosshatch. The camera really doesn't want to pick it up. But you get a bit of a crosshatch effect. That worn thing that you're talking about. Let's see. Liking it. Cool. Strangely, that is all of the black coat because we are going to make these triangles red. The inner lining of his coat is going to be red. That's where we're going to pick out a lot of our red details. So it's going to be on the collar and the cuffs and these triangles that are flying out. But first, I want to do the next level of the dry brush, which is a slightly brighter gray. So always 3 tones to each color. And usually you do that with a base coat, a shade, bring the base coat back up, and then put a highlight on. And that gets you your 3 shades minimum. Wow, even my wet palette has dried up. It's so hot today. Look at this. It's just dry. It's just totally gone. Anyway, so we'll fix that before we get going too hard. But what was I doing? Dawnstone. So mechanic is standard. Dawnstone's just kind of a jump up. We're gonna do a much lighter dry brush on this, but I'm gonna use my fancy things that I made today because I made them. So I'm gonna use them. Dawnstone. We're on Dawnstone. Ew. So we're just going to pick that up. I'm not too worried about the other gray being left in this brush right now, because it'll just be a nice transition between the two if there's any paint left. But honestly, it's so hot today. The paint is so dry. It's not going to be left. But it wouldn't be the end of the world if it was. So now I do really want to make sure that it is off the brush. So we can't even see it. But I want to come in just to places where there's either kind of a point or where there's more than one direction of a raised edge. So I don't want to go across this entire raised edge because it's only one raise, right? But where this raised edge meets this raised edge, that's where bright light is going to really shine back at you. So that's where we're going to really hit with this dry brush. I can kind of take artistic license and I can say it goes a little bit of the way down here, and we'll just pick that up as well. But I definitely don't want to do this whole edge with this brush because we're just ruining the fact that we did that whole last step. Again, here's one raised edge meeting another raised edge, or otherwise known as a point. So we're going to do this higher light dry brush. The paint is entirely off of this thing, so we're really working it on here. We're just smacking the heck out of it. Smackaroony. Again, I've got this raised edge and this raised edge, so we'll get it just right in the corner. Yeah, this paintbrush was rude to me. It insulted my family generations ago. So now I'm just lightly trying to hit the very peaks of these. This part's difficult to do and probably even harder to see. But I'm just trying to really touch the tops of it. And we got it pretty much right away. This one's a little hard to tell, so I talk about the three edges or the points, and those are really easy to pick out and decide on. When you get something like this elbow in here, where it's all really round, you gotta just kind of pretend that they're really pointy raised bits and just choose which ones you want to be hitting. That's kind of where the artistic decision comes in. But if you just imagine that the actual mound of the cloth is a crease and treat it as such, and just make sure that you're gentle, the same rule will apply. If you've got multiple directions hitting each other, that will count as a point, and that's a good place to put this brighter highlight. So I'll try to get it as close to the camera as I can. There we are. So I'm just coming in and trying to hit this guy here. Like so. And this little bump actually has a bit of a Y shape to it. So we're going to hit that as well. Just playing around with it. So there's our little brighter highlight right on those two creases. Well, out of focus. So not a lot to look at yet, but trust me, that's a good-looking black coat. Black's always going to be a struggle to look at on the camera, at least until we get the other colors in to kind of test it against. I just want to get this elbow point as well. I'm noticing it on camera. Let's see if we can get it closer. And then another thing, not super important, but just if you want to have a list of shit to keep in mind, when in doubt, if you're dry brushing or you're shading, just keep in mind the direction the light's coming from. So in almost every case, you're playing with it on a table, the light's coming from above. And if you drag your brush in that direction, then you're only ever going to hit the surfaces that the light is hitting, which is why we're hitting it with a brighter color anyway. So that's always going to look more real than if you were to drag your brush upwards, because then you're hitting all the lower edges, which the light's not really hitting. So keep that one in mind. But I'm pretty happy with that coat. And that's really the majority of the dry brushing. I think we'll pull it in for the pants as well. And oddly enough, we're going to go right back to Mechanica Standard Gray to fill in the pants. But it won't be a dry brush this time. We're filling it in for real. I'm just going to clean this brush. I just noticed, by the way, that your tip was for schnacks. Thank you. We will schnack greatly. I think I have like 6 chips left in a bag to my right. That's my schnack. Or we'll order something in, who knows. Caffeine for me. I don't need caffeine. I had a boomer juice. Kokoro. We've had so much sushi. We're just getting the paint out of here. I really abused the crap out of this. You do have a problem. Your problems are my problems again. Which is great. It's a great thing. But also, Kokoro. The more we talk about food, the more I do kind of want something to put in my face, and that's bad. Stop. Don't stop. We'll figure out something. We'll put food in our faces. Let's see. Do I think this will be a good fit? Yes, I do. So, we're just gonna wet my big old brush. My big old monster brush. And we're going to go back to Mechanica Standard Gray. Like I said, I want to reuse paints whenever I can. And especially if you use them in different ways. It won't look like you've just said, I'm only putting 4 colors on my model. Especially when your list still ends up being 20 pots of paint. Just bring this back. Don't give it a good shake. So, is any of my palette usable here? Not my wet palette. Wow, that's super sad. Alright, I'm going to move it over here. I'm going to use the dry palette. It's fine. Although, actually, if you are free, and if you wouldn't mind just drowning that in water. Oh, we have just a thing of water. Alright, hang on. Hang on. I wasted a dollop of paint. It's fine. We have a whole jug of water. Because my wife is better at preparation than I am. Alright. My headset is so short. So, check this out. This is the classiest. We're gonna wet this with filtered water. Oh baby. Oh baby. Oh, I poured it all over myself. But what I want it did cool down my thigh. My thigh is much cooler now. And I actually just replaced the sponge and the paper, so that's probably a good part of why it dried up. But it means I could touch it with my fingers and get my finger grease all over everything, and then put paint on it. I'm not sure if that affects anything. It probably does. Just gonna let the water run around a little bit. Wet palette, not necessary, except for the fact that it's incredibly hot. And I'd get really tired of paint drying out. We're just gonna wipe that up. I'm just saving myself a little bit. Let's also just sop up some of that off of there. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nobody's got any problems. Alright, so we're just going to take a little bit of paint. We're just going to pick a spot. Oh, it's so wet. Oh, goodbye, paint. Oh, it's a mess. So this is not a how-to channel. This is a what happened channel. I'm stealing that directly from Adam Savage. And it's because look at all these mistakes I make. Learn how to make mistakes with me. Look at this monstrosity. So this is far too wet. Whee! Now I'm just playing with paint. Whee! We may actually still be able to use this, but I'm going to take a lot of that moisture off of the brush on the towel here. And there's still pigment in the brush. It still works just fine. Nope, it's far too wet. Alright, hang on. Thanks. You're the best. I love you. Dog and a cat. They're everywhere. Alright, so I'm an idiot. Sometimes. Blip. Blip, 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 blip. Yeah, that's so wet that it just came right up. Blip, 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 blip. I knew it was too wet, too. Like, I was fully aware going into that. And I was like, but I need to keep going. So let's just ignore the fact. Let's get all of this out of here. Brief intermission. I think Mojo the OK just woke up because I'm getting endless TikTok messages. Okay. Now we're the proper amount of wet. And I'm just going to move this whole wet mess over here. Oh, it's not you, and you're here. Hello. Then it's probably somebody else. Aw, dude, it's so good. Inscription is so good. Okay, let's try it again. Moment of truth. Please don't spill out everywhere. Hey, look at that. Alright. So that's all I wanted. There's enough moisture still here. How's our thick? So, I can show this real quick. But the consistency we want is basically if we pull the brush, it pulls back just a tiny bit. Oh, it's so shiny. Pulls back just a tiny bit. That's the consistency we want. That's the consistency we got. Now we have a nice watered down gray paint. So, we're going for Mechanica Standard Gray in the pants. We're going to be as gentle with the edges as we can be, but we're going to be painting red right up to it, so it's not a huge problem if we hit something. This is definitely going to be a two coats type of situation because we're going right over black. We just want to make sure We hit everything we can. Just like so. And it's hot enough that that first layer, that first pass of this knee has actually already dried enough for me to go over it again, which is not always the case. And if it's not the case, just go paint this on the other leg and then come back. But it is still so hot in the second floor of our house here that I get to do this whole leg in one go. Right. And we're just coloring it in. We're going to get it in gray. We're going to worry about shading and highlighting later. So we're just getting one even pass of gray. Some water snuck in to my wet palette here from the edges. But again, I'm just pulling it. It springs back a little bit. We're going to come down into the other knee. So you can see that this one's a little waterier. I'm getting sort of a, let's see. It's pulling away. The paint is pooling away from itself, which is fine. It just means it's going to take more layers. It's not a big deal. So yes, I do use it. Yes, I do recommend it. But for very specific purposes. So the reason to use one of the mediums, either Lamian or contrasts, depending on the paint you're mixing it with, is when you need it to be particularly smooth. So if I was doing a really smooth wet blend on like a power sword, or if there was a huge flat section of this model that needed kind of building up of color on, then I would use the medium, because you want that paint as smooth as possible. The only issue with using water to thin the paints is that it does technically separate the medium and the pigment just a little bit. That's what happened there when it was too wet. Because our goal with this is just to build up an even coat of the color, I don't really care if it breaks up. We're just going to keep adding pigment until it's covered. We're working with such thin layers that it's not like we're going to keep building until we've lost detail. And so you're really just saving yourself some money and some hassle. Just thin it with water. You just don't need to use the mediums. The reason you do it on a kind of a gradient across a sword or something like those is because you cannot have it break up. You cannot keep adding to that thin layer until it looks right, because you need that thin layer to go from less pigment to more pigment evenly. That's why you want the mediums. So yes, I do highly recommend them. I do use them. I will not be using them at all on this model. We're kind of avoiding those because honestly, they're really slow. They're a pain in the butt, and I don't think they're worth the payoff the vast majority of the time. I'll do it on a character model or something, but on little guys like this, it's not worth the headache to me. And there's not really huge places to do it, to be honest. Just gonna rinse this off. I've had so much paint dry into this brush already. I'm just gonna do one more pass. They're looking pretty good, but I just want to make sure that we really have a nice flat gray to build up from. So I'm just doing one more thin pass. Just because it's so small. Like I can see now I missed a corner down here. I'm not gonna dive super deep in between his let's get the focus in between the legs here, just because you cannot see in there. It's going to be dark. We're going to hit it with wash. Same deal like in here. There is technically, you can see the back of his pants really deep inside. There's no way I'm going to get the camera to see it. Deep inside here, you can see some of the pants. I'm not going to try to hit it with gray. I'm just going to end up hitting everything else that I don't want to be gray. And it's going to be a sad time. And you cannot see it. Nobody's looking up his skirt, effectively. It's fine. But that is actually the only section of flat gray that we're putting down on him. So, great. What I'm for choosing the order of the colors, painting a lot of these in a row will make it really apparent kind of the order to go in, and what's going to work best. Generally, it's paint in to out. So these pants are very, very deep. So that's kind of the innermost thing. And we're basically going to build outwards. The coat we did out of order because we're doing a really kind of lazy dry brush. But then we'll build up to the leather of everything. We'll probably do this silver center of his little chest console first. But that's kind of how I'm choosing the order, is center out. So like now, I guess we want... So in his head, there's this little cloth neck cover underneath his face mask, and I do technically want to hit that with gray. This is where we're going to hit we're going to use a teeny tiny little brush, because we are going right up to the coat that we've already painted. So we're going to try really hard not to make any mistakes. So, teeny tiny brush. I think this is the smallest brush I own. It's still got a tiny bit of a body. Not really, but like, I want to pretend it does. The body being the sort of thick portion at the base of the brush, which is what actually holds all the paint. So whenever you get a brush that just looks like 3 bristles sticking out the front, it never holds any amount of paint. And it's a real pain in the butt. And even this one's going to be a pain in the butt. I'm going to get most of the paint off of the brush so that I don't hit something I don't want to. And then we're just going to come in here and very carefully touch it with gray. And I am so out of focus, which is really great for super detail work. And this is just full of awkward positions. I want to basically pull the brush away from the places that I'm trying to keep clean and towards places that I don't mind accidentally hitting with the body of the brush. So my point is always pointed towards things I don't want to hit. One of the most natural ways to paint, and what our hand is really good at doing, is a downward, almost like pulling the brush in or kind of scooping your wrist down. But always towards yourself is much easier than if you're trying to kind of flick outward. So I will move the model around in a way that lets me make sure I'm pulling towards myself, and I cannot... Let's get my fat thumb out of the way. Let's try to... This is doubly hard with a camera. So I'm just getting this teeny tiny brush in here and trying to pick out this gray. It's very hard to get the camera to love it, but it's in here. It's in the neck. It's a neck thing. It's gray. I'm painting it. So it's basically right in... Cat, if you could not pull on my chair while I do the most nerve-wracking section of this entire paint scheme, that would be super, super swell. Okay, so I want to show it. Wow, you just cannot see in there. I get it. Can I... Oh. No, that's hard to see. It's gray, though. Right underneath his chin. Oh, right there. Right there we can see it. Hey! The holy angle. The holy angle. So it's gray. Right under his chin. That's not necessary. Honestly, if you skip that step, nobody's going to notice. It's gray as opposed to black highlighted with gray. So I did it just to show you kind of how to do it. To be honest, if I was doing especially like a full legion of these guys, I'd skip it. It's a pain in the butt. It's nothing but problem land. We don't like problem land. But technically, that's sort of... I'm thinking of it as he's got his overcloth and his undercloth. And that's undercloth, so it's gray. In this black scheme of mine. Okay. So, I believe that's all of the gray. We're gonna go ahead and do... Let's do a bone color next. So, specifically, we're going to start with... It's here somewhere. So we're just doing all the base colors. We'll come in with shade later. Where'd you go? Where'd my thing go? It should say... Did I not add it? Am I dumb? It's Morghast Bone. Morghast Bone is the next color. And I'm just trying to be super fancy here, and it's causing me problems. Alright, hang on. Blam. Image. Bone. Morghast Bone. Here you go. It's this color. It's Morghast Bone. This is the color we're painting with. Oh, yeah. Oh, Gledstone. Hey. So, Morghast Bone, come up here. Say hello. Hello, Gledstone. It seems you know Wolven. Thank you. I try my darndest. We're working on it. It's not often quite this instructional, though I'm very happy to do this format. I got so many ideas in my head, they're just constantly bursting out. And if people happen to want to listen, that's great. Before I streamed, I was just sitting here shouting all of this at my wall, so... I'm glad you're all here to make me feel normal. Ooh. Alright, so this color, Morghast Bone, we're actually going to pick out his face mask. We're going to go for sort of a skull look. We're not going to make it quite like bleached white, but a bit of a kind of sandy skull. That same color is going to be for these down here. I forget what they're called. There's an actual term for the, like, shin wraps. But we're going to get those to be that same bone color. And then we're going to do the same with, I believe it's his bedroll along the top of his pack. That's going to be that same color. So those are all going to be one color. They're going to be this kind of bony color. But we're going to start with Morghast. Morghast? Morghast. So, pull the paint until it pulls back just a little bit. And so I'm going to try my best, I just can't, to avoid these lenses in his face. If I hit them, if you hit them, it's not a huge deal. It's fairly easy to clean up. But as always, the less cleanup, the better. Issues picking out details. Sure. I find, and like what I did with this model, is I actually went and looked up just a bunch of, not even necessarily other people's models, though that was definitely there as well. Wow, in the time it took me to talk, this brush dried up. So here's my point on why not to use small brushes. That little droplet of paint came out, and that's all that I can get out of this thing. The tip has already dried. Oh, it's not in focus, of course. So big brushes are great. Little brushes suck. Sometimes they're a necessary evil. But back to the thing. As far as picking out details, picking a scheme, things like that, looking at other people's models obviously is a great thing. These days, chances are really, really good that the man himself has painted one of these, which he has. I watched the video. I can guarantee it. What's his name? Why am I blanking? He has a whole academy. Duncan Rhodes. His videos are always good to go check out for inspiration. But honestly, art, fan art, people who have had to recreate the details of the models, you can often get a much, much better idea of what something is or where something is. Big recommend checking out like two-dimensional fan art. So, yep, I already had a nice little twitch there, and I've hit that kind of interior lens. Get in. Let's see. And the tip of the brush is dead. Yeehaw! I hate little brushes. They're really, really terrible. But they get in tight spaces. Alright. We're just going to come at the other side of his face here. I have too much paint on the tip of my brush. I can tell because there's a bit of a bulb to it. And very sadly, this is going to take 2 coats. So we're going to come back into this face again with a brush that dries out after 3 brush strokes to put down another layer. I have totally mucked up that eyeball. It's just going to happen. But basically, we're going to do a cool glow effect later for the eyes. I'm going to have them glow in red, which means we're coming in with Corax white to fix them up anyway, which has very nice coverage considering it's white. So it's not a huge deal. Getting the face kind of messy. What I want to avoid is this metal detail. The one that I just painted on. In the center of the face. Or it's kind of center of the mouth. Oh, and of course here, there we go. So this face is going to take a lot of cleanup. It's just what it's going to be. There we go. So my new goal, now that my goal is not make no mistakes, which, to be totally honest, it very rarely stays make no mistakes. But occasionally you can do it. You just have a good day. You make it all the way through something, and you made no mistakes. And it's a great night, you know? Oh, please focus. Please look at the face. So, let me show you the ugliest face, or one of. So, it's really not that bad. But you can see the lenses have gotten pretty muffed up. Messed up? I don't know what muffed up means. Please don't look it up. Please don't tell me what it does mean. I don't want to know. I am going to just make sure... Sorry, I'm all over the place. My new goal, when I've made mistakes already, is to make sure that I get the paint everywhere that it needs to be. So that, at the very least, when I clean up with the colors that I've accidentally painted where I didn't want this color, I don't also need to come back and paint more of this color. That's my new goal. The model is going quite well, for the most part. I've been really screwing around with this face for a while, but it's to be expected. And the face is a good place to really make sure you get it right, just because it's where everybody looks. So we will spend the extra time that it takes to kind of clean this face up. But first, like I said, I'm just going to make sure that I don't need to lay down any more of this color once we're fixing everything else. So we're just going to lay in our second layer and really get right up to all of these edges. So we've got a nice flat stone color, yellow sand thing. Held the pose. Yeah, I mean, kudos to the model, you know. He just doesn't move. He spins every time I tell him to. So, rinse the brush. Dry the brush. We actually have, there we go, a little nugget on the end there. That was gross. Not gross, it's just paint, but... Alright, so we actually still have other things that want to be this color. Like his bedroll and his shin wraps. So I'm actually going to trade out my brush. Like I said, I really hate tiny brushes. We're not going back up to my sort of big fatty, but just something in between the two. And I'm just going to take a bit more paint from the pot onto my palette. And again, at this point, I'm mostly just using this wet palette to stop my paint from drying out, because my room is hot as heck. These are going to be much easier than the face. We just want to be careful next to that gray that we've already painted. I don't care as much about mistakes towards the boot, because we're going to come back for the boot. Ah, you are really going nuts, little watch. Alright. Now, when it comes to... So, for example, I have this gray. Let's get this right up here. We have the gray on the knee, and I'm now doing this kind of sand color on the shins. There's that black line between the two, and you have kind of a choice. You can take the sand right up to the gray and try to make sure there's no black, which is fine, though that's where you're really prone to make mistakes. You can leave this little black line. When it comes time to shade it, what we're looking for is to get a dark section between the two colors. It's contrast, it looks nice. So as long as it's not enormous, I will often leave these black sections. I will not take the paint right up to the gray, because there's really no payoff for it. It's just a way for me to make a mistake. So you can see it's a nice, neat little black line. I'm not saying, you know, leave a whole band of black, but I'm not going to worry about making sure that this sand color goes right up to that gray. And I'm going to get the back end of these wraps into that little point. this is going to be a hard angle to see, but I'm just getting the wraps on the inside of the shin. I'm making sure to kind of keep the edge of the brush away from the other leg as much as I can. I'm now in a really hard angle, so I'm actually just going to try coming in this way and then coming at it basically every which way I can to not hit these other sections. Just get down in here a little. And then again, same thing. So let's see if I can actually show it. It's going to be difficult, but there's basically a kind of back edge to this shin guard inside his whole kind of, I don't know what to call this, the crotch cavern. And I could be hitting that with paint. Right now, I can see a tiny section of it, and it looks black. But because it's going to be shadow in there anyway, and people aren't going to be looking up his skirt, it's the same deal. There's just no reason to dive in there super hard. It's just a way to make mistakes. So I'm going to leave it. And we'll see as we get into shading, it's going to look fine. Nobody will know at all, like literally at all, that that has not been painted. It's just not a section that needs detail. The places to focus are the face, the shoulders, the backpack, the weapons. Those are the things that people immediately look at and care about. If somebody picks up your model and is like, I see you didn't paint his crotch on kind of right over the gooch when he's got a jacket around everything, then they need to work on themselves. Gonna get this other shin. And to clarify some of the decision making here, I'm going very much for a tabletop type of paint scheme. So it's going to be pretty stark. Crotch painting specialist, exactly. Which, like, maybe you can make big bucks doing that, right? You'd be like, hey, you got a model you couldn't get to the very interior of? I'll do it for you. Give me a tenner, and I'll paint your crotch. So these are both going to want a whole nother layer of this paint. It's got pretty poor coverage over black. But yeah, this paint scheme is very much a tabletop scheme. It's going to have pretty stark highlights, pretty bold colors. Grim dark, etc. is always an option, and it looks really great in Instagram photos and really, really terrible on a game table. Not a big fan of grimdark in terms of my own models. It's really great to look at. People post Instagram photos of stuff like that, and it's super cool. Super hyper realistic. Yeah, so if I was really on it, I'd pull up some pictures. But grimdark is... Some people kind of use it interchangeably with realism. But it's where everything is really grimy and like it's a lot of blacks and browns and desaturated colors. It's very small changes between value on things. So when I talk about pumping up a really bright gray on this cloak, in real life, this black thing would not get anywhere near that bright. It wouldn't shine like that. In real life, you'd have just, you know, a tiny change in the blackness of it, unless it's something like pleather when it's really shiny and you go from literally black to white highlights because it's shiny. But this is actually really unrealistic. So grimdark basically looks for the realist kind of point of view, and when you have an image that is, you know, it's right here, you can still tell that there's a change in color, and it works really, really well. It looks really good when it's done really well. But when you're playing with a model, and I can't even make my camera go far enough away, but when you're, you know, 4 feet away from a model, just looking down at it, you only see black. If it's grimdark, you just got a little black blob. It looks almost like they just didn't get past priming it. Some people get past that. They do a really cool thing with like a single like object that they're holding that's casting light, and so they get a really cool stark like black shadows, bright orange light kind of thing. There's stuff you can do with it, but yes, tons of extra work, and it will look bad on a table specifically. It's just goals. It's just what you want out of the model. It's a way of painting it that looks really, really good on Instagram and not so great on a table. This way of painting is fine on Instagram. Everybody's used to sort of the really bright colors on their models, and it looks really good on a table because you can actually see stuff. I mean, even right now, you can see his face is practically glowing, and it won't be quite that stark because we're going to shade it down, but that's sort of your difference on grimdark and kind of table painting or more standard. Box art falls into table painting. They've got really stark edge highlights. Grimdark is super cool. If you just Google Grimdark anything and look into it, it's really fun to look at. They're really, really neat. Yes, it's hard to play Kill Team over Instagram. Doing Grimdark like can be a really fun experience. Like picking a model and just saying, I'm going to do this in a Grimdark style. I actually do really recommend. If you're just trying to like expand your painting chops, it has a lot of very specific skills to it that are useful in other painting. I'm not trying to badmouth Grimdark at all. It's incredible. It's just often not what I need or want. And I know from what you were telling me for painting this scheme that it's not what you want. So. I rolled a 6, I swear. Now I'm really invested in this Instagram Kill Team. It's just like everybody posts to their story, or the two of you post to your story and just respond back and forth. So right now I'm just doing another layer of this paint, the coverage. So I have mussed up. Let's see. You can see I made a little stripe here on this coat. Thankfully it's the inside of the coat, and it's going to be painted red later, so I don't care at all. I don't have to worry about that one bit. I won't let it get me down. But yeah, we're just coming back with a second coat. The first one just didn't cover crazy well. It's a little bit blotchy. What you're looking for is just one flat color. This is often the part where people mess up. Even with the meme of too thin coats that constantly goes around, people get a little bit lazy with the coverage of the paint. And so from the very beginning, they're not working from a nice flat tone. Let's see if I can get it. You can tell possibly that top stripe, the top band of this shin guard is the proper, it's just flat color. As you get to the bottom, you can see it's a little transparent and the black shows through in places. So people just don't come back with that second thin coat. And then from the very beginning, everything they do from then on is going to look a little bit funky because they've actually got variation in color where they didn't want it. So just make sure, come back in, hit it with a second thin coat. Do one heavy coat if you prefer it and just cannot be bothered to do two coats. But dear God, do not put a splotch of paint on and expect it to go well. So I did miss a spot. I do want to just get into this crevice here a little bit more. It also falls into the category of people aren't going to see it. It's dark anyway. but I can get in there just a little bit, and it's pretty low risk. There we go. So I'm just capturing the bottom lip of this thing, because it is technically sticking out over the top of the boot. So I'm just hitting the bottom there. We'll clean up with the leather underneath it. And there we go. There's the shin guards done. Now we're just going to do the bedroll on the back. I'm just going to rinse my brush. I've got a lot of paint drying up in there already. Rinse your brush frequently, probably more than you think. The way that you ruin brushes is paint seeps up into the top of the bristles and dries there. I've already let it happen because I'm kind of lazy. You can see the slight change in color right as the metal hits the brush. And that's how you destroy brushes. That builds up, the bristles spread. The more you rinse your brush, the less that's going to happen. My personal preference is I don't care about it too much, and I buy really cheap brushes. But if you do get a really nice brush, the way to keep it good is to rinse often. Alright, so we're just going to hit his bedroll. I have junk. There we go. Again, so I'm just filling this whole thing in, but I'm picking angles where I'm pulling my brush away from the things that I don't want to hit with this paint. Preferably into the air, like this. Just away from the model entirely. Because if there's no model there, you can't hit it with the brush. It's weird how that works. I'm just gonna get into the recess here. Let's go. So we're sticking the point in here, but I'm actually painting with the edge and pulling the edge along where I want it. We're not like driving the point into anything. That's another way to ruin a brush, is to keep jamming the point into stuff. You don't actually paint necessarily with the point of it, but with the edge of the point, if that makes sense. You don't want to be just jamming it into things. Although, again, it's a good reason to buy cheap brushes. Hello! Hello, muted stream person. I see you figured out the custom badges that we're getting played around with yesterday. So we're going to come right up against these straps. These straps are going to be leather. And we're painting that later. So what I want to make sure is that this color is just getting right up to them. Right now. And this is also a good example of pretty poor coverage and why I need to come back with more paint. In fact, there's a little leather band here that I didn't even notice. And we painted all over it already, but we'll just make it brown later. Oh my gosh. You tricked me into thinking there was an actual problem with the stream. You can't make a joke like, wait, where'd you go? That's unacceptable. I see that you have the image off badge. So I get what you're doing, and it's very funny. But darn it, you scared me. Alright, so this coverage is actually terrible, and I am now on coat 3. But we finally hit it. I did not see that last night. I don't remember or know what Midjourney is. I'm just gonna shake my paint real quick. I haven't done it in a second. I'm about to add more to the palette. Not necessary. Alright, yeah, I'll look at it after stream. Currently, I am very specifically DALL-E 2. Oh. Okay. Yeah, AI stuff is neat. I'm gonna try to stay on task today, though, for this model, because I would like to get it done by the end of the night. It may not happen. It may bleed over into the Monday night stream, or perhaps to next week. The main goal is that Woven is available. It is a request from them. But that's tonight's goal, barring any weird changes. So we're just continuing on the bedroll. We're painting this color. And I've got little bits drying because it's so hot in here. This is a real struggle. So we do need to paint, oh, come on, the interior of this backpack. It's so dark. But it's very hidden back there. So we're gonna try to get an angle of attack. I think from above this shoulder. There we go. Ah, haha, we did it. With minimal error. Alright. So what I did there is I made sure the paint was a little bit wetter than I maybe needed it to be, so it would actually run into the bottom edge of the curl there, where I couldn't actually really reach with the brush on that bedroll back here. The only mistake I did make, I hit the top of the coat here with a little bit of that color. Thankfully, it's the collar we're going to paint red. Although, I laugh cockily now. When it comes time to paint that collar, that area is going to still be a problem area. And this time, the problem we make the mistake on, or the area we will be making mistakes towards, will be a painted area, specifically the one that we've just painted. That was a lot of words, but that means I'm taking note of it now in my head. When I go to do that collar, I'm going to be even more cautious than my more cautious that I would normally be, because I know that I've already screwed up painting in that section. So it's probably pretty hard. I'm not really super actively thinking about that, but just a little mental note. I just want to get down into the edges here. all of these sections on this backpack we're going to come back and paint later, so this looks really janky right now, but I promise it'll come together later. Just getting real tired of this bad coverage paint. So this would be an argument for not spraying the model black to begin with. It's still worth the time we saved on the coat. But this is where a model sprayed black is not the best. A lot of people do it by default, and they really shouldn't. For example, if we had a lot of this color that we needed to paint, I would not have sprayed it black. But all said and done, there's not a ton. I'm just embracing the British art of the complaint. Rinse the brush again. Stop it from getting too ruined. I saw you said you were mean to your brushes, Wolven, by the way. I'm definitely mean to my brushes. So rude to them, and I just kind of embraced it. When I was in art school, I had some very, very nice brushes for doing paintings with, and I took pretty good care of them, but at the end of the day, I just was very lazy, and all it really took was kind of one night of, like, I forgot to rinse it well enough, and it's just so hard to bring a brush back to life. So ever since those days, I've just embraced the fact that I'm not kind to my brushes, and I'm not going to spend a lot of money on brushes, and I'm just going to learn how to abuse them best. Or, like, the best way to make use out of an abused brush. Plus, in this hobby, I'll just finish. In this hobby, really ruined brushes just become really good dry brushes, so, you know, it's fine. I mean, so if you get a really nice, like one of the artist's opuses, or like a Winsor & Newton or something, like a real brush, it could last you a lifetime, to be totally honest. You clean it right and treat it really nicely. With like a Games Workshop brush, which are decent, though definitely not top end, I'd say I replace mine. I mean, I turn it into a dry brush. I decide that it's a dry brush maybe every 6 months. But I get recently pretty heavy use out of it as well, so like that's maybe not the right measure. It'd be like model count, and that's kind of hard to tell. But I go through a couple a year. And you can definitely go through way, way more. So what's going to happen as you slowly degrade a brush? Let me see if I have a good example. Yeah, I do. So this guy, what matters is the tip. And this had a really nice tip on it. You can see now it's sort of this weird, flat, curled thing. And that's the first thing that's going to go. And the tip's just going to get kind of weird. I probably try to use it for far too long, and I keep using this weird tip. Let's see if I wet it, it'll... and I just try to use the curl to my advantage and like kind of get it under sections and things. And you really probably shouldn't. You don't need to. So the tips die probably quicker than I say. And then eventually, if you keep just going to town on the brush, the tip really starts spreading. And that's when I say it's a dry brush. But yeah, the real trick is rinse it more than you think. It's a pain in the butt. It feels like a waste. But you just really, really don't want paint to actually dry onto the brush. You can extend the life of a brush with brush conditioner and cleaner. I think Masters is the most popular one. And it is definitely not a scam. It is very, very nice. And you basically just get your brush wet and whack it around inside the brush cleaner. And you can even leave it in because it is a conditioner, though I tend to rinse it out. And that'll extend the life of a brush. Things to avoid as well. Don't ever like lay your brush tip down. That one's pretty obvious, but I've met a lot of people who do it. Even temporarily, even if you're just like, oh, something's at the door, let me just drop my brush in my paint pot. That'll kill a brush so fast. You don't want the weight of the brush on the bristles. Don't leave it in water. Don't soak a brush. Get it wet, rinse everything off, dry it off. Those are all the things to keep the brush going. Okay, it took so many coats of this paint, but we finally have all of our sections covered. They're a little bit messy. They'll get cleaned up as we paint the other colors around them. But my main goal was just to make sure that this color is flat and gets into all of the crevices that it needs to get into. So, there we go. That is Morghast Bone done. So, the next section is basically silver, brown, or red. And silver, while we're going to be doing it on some of the high points, it is also a very interior color in this little chest pack, which is going to be predominantly brown. So I'm tempted to paint the silver before the brown so we can get pretty messy with the central silver and clean it up with the brown. And I'm just checking if there's anywhere where I'll really regret doing silver right now and having to come back. And I don't think so. Silver now, so we'll be doing silver on the bayonet, and that's a place where I'm likely going to hit it with the brush on accident, but that's okay. This chunk is going to be silver. We're not doing any crazy dry brushing or anything. The face is going to be silver, like the little chunk on the nose. Yeah, so we're going to do silver next. This is another one that's going to want a little tiny brush. At least for that chest pack. And by silver, I mean... Here we go. I'm going with... Wait, where'd I go? Oh, Morghast Bone is in a weird place because I didn't have it. Iron Hand Steel. Iron Hand Steel. I was probably already holding it here. That was a really good reveal from me. So the classic is kind of Lead Belcher. We're going for a dark metal. We will be turning it black, and that's going to be with a contrast paint. But Iron Hand Steel is just ever so slightly brighter, a little bit shinier. I think it just looks nicer for this effect, because we want the metal to shine through the contrast paint. And Lead Belcher does it, just not super, super well. It would just be even dingier. Which, honestly, I might choose. I might go for, like, a Lead Belcher black metal if the rest of the coat and everything was not also black. This is going to help us differentiate just a little bit between the blacks. So, we pop open this nasty, nasty Iron Hand Steel. Come on. There we go. Where'd my teeny tiny angry inducing brush go? We're just going to pull a little bit out of the pot. I'm going to drop it down here. We're going to add a little bit of water, because this paint isn't quite as thin. So again, I'm just pulling my brush. I can see the paint on the palette bounce back a little bit. Alright, we're going to come into the chest pack here. Just going to pick that out. And so this is why we do in to out, interior to outside. It's so hard to paint this silver section without hitting everything around it. But we're going to come back and paint that brown. So this isn't even a mistake, it's just something that's going to get covered up. Alright, so there's that silver in there. This to be silver. We'll come back with a second coat of this. It's especially important on metallics. Oh, I'm out of focus. Especially important on metallics because a metallic paint, unlike the other paints, which are pigment and medium, these are pigment, medium, and metal flake. That's how you get this sort of true metallic. It is actually just metal flake. So it has 3 things that can separate, and 3 things that you might not get an even covering of with, say, a single layer of paint. So it's especially important to get really good coverage out of your metallics. And make sure that that metal flake is all around and nice and shiny. It's the same reason you might mix them a little more aggressively. It's just got more stuff that can separate out. I actually had a really fun time once. It wasn't a shaking error. I don't know what I did. I just didn't shake a rattle can of lead belcher quite enough, like multiple times in a row, until finally the last time I tried to paint with it, it just came out gray. There was actually no flake left. All the flake, I guess, had settled on the top and come out on the previous sprays, and it was just now a gray spray. So that was kind of interesting. I had some very sad Necrons. But we're just going to get that second layer in this center section. Mouthpiece. We're going to keep the hose kind of a black rubber. I accidentally already hit it with a lot of gray, so we're just going to basically come back on that. So some of these details will stay silver, like a bright silver, and some of them will be turned into that black armor color. Bit of silver chin strap. Rinse the brush. I've already got paint drying in it. Although actually the rest of these sections, I think I want to come back with a slightly larger brush, just for my own sanity. I will get inside. Actually, this is all gonna be silver here. Or do I want that to be gold? Let's come in here with silver. So I've not even made my mind up on the whole model, obviously. I've just had a bit of a debate with myself. I think the attachment here for the bayonet to the backpack, By the way, I assume this is the bayonet to his gun. If anybody knows better and I'm just an idiot with these models, please let me know. But there's a sharp, pointy stick dangling from his backpack, so I'm going to call it a bayonet. But I think I'm going to make the attachment to the backpack gold, and then the actual bayonet will be silver. So I'm going to swap brushes, just to size up. I feel like it must be a bayonet, right? Nothing else would make sense. If it went the other way, it could be an antenna. Or it is an antenna, and this particular soldier is just really not up to snuff. He just doesn't know antennas should point up. Or aerials? Is that... Would you say aerial here? I know, I think I was corrected once. I mean, I'm kind of down with it being a rod of pokiness. Although, really, that's a bayonet, right? Or in layman's terms, a bayonet. I love it. So, I am now an official professional Warhammer painter because I own a pot of blood for the Blood God. I had actually avoided buying any until today because I was showing this model to Katie, my wife, and she said, the bayonet needs to be bloody. And she's right. And it will be bloody. So that nobody else has this internal debate of what is that thing. It was obviously used to be pokey. So, we get to hit some pretty big spots now. We're going to hit the helmet. And again, this is actually going to be a black armor, but we're just not to that step yet. So the first step of it is to make it a nice bright silver. I already feel this paint drying, so we're just going to wipe that out. Rinse it off. A little bit more water. The privilege. The right angle, sorry, there we go. Keep forgetting I could be all the way up here. It is hard to poke an enemy without a bayonet. I guess you could use your fingers, you know, just the old school type of poking. Or friend them on Facebook and then use the poke function. That's still a thing, right? So we're just filling this section in. We're gonna come back for a second layer, but it's just silver, silver, silver. There's sniper rifles. Oh no, splinter rifles. I was gonna say, who put a bayonet on a sniper rifle? They are preparing for failure. Just absolutely ready to fail. When the enemy you're sniping at gets into melee range with you, go ahead and poke them with this stick. The kitty cat and the doggo are friends. Most of the kitty cats. Duck and Moose are best friends. That cat, is very good friends with the dog. Yeah, they went to college together. I feel like most cats probably don't get along with anybody. Sometimes I feel like even themselves, chasing a tail or like they scare themselves with something dumb. Stick their head into a plastic bag and then get terrified about the fact that they're in a plastic bag now. Did Duck just bite Moose?
Yes.
Rude. So again, I'm not too worried about making, like, kind of spilling over onto the gloves here, because we're going to come back and paint them later anyway. But I do want to make sure that I get this silver right up to the edge of the glove, if I can, without risking mistakes on things I have already painted. Kit Bash a kill team filled with snipers with bayonets attached. I'm super down. I think it's hilarious. It's so goofy. Ooh, I added a little too much water. Gonna add a little bit more paint back in here. Just to the edge. Yeah. So this actually wants to be silver as well. I avoided it because I wasn't quite sure in my head what color we were doing, but I think we're gonna make this the black silver. The end of this mace. Gonna hit all these little crevices. Man, that backpack looks really terrible right now. It's very disheartening. but you can't let it get you down, me. It'll look so much better as we clean everything up. Tip number 82. Give yourself some self-love. Tell yourself it's all going to be okay. So the gun's also going to be mostly silver. Space Marine Scouts could do particularly well. Yes. You should make Chaos Scouts, though. I think that would be cool. It'd be like cultists with a little bit of chaosy armor. Just kit bash like some Chaos Marine armor onto a cultist body. And you got a Chaos Scout. Oh, I just did a thing without really explaining. These ridges on this rifle, I made sure that there was not too much paint on my brush, and then just ran it over the tops of the ridges to only hit the top edges and not the interior sections. It's like dry brushing. It's like just kind of using the end of a normal brushing when you've kind of run out of paint naturally instead of getting it off on a towel. And then just running edgewise over it so that I only get those top edges. And if you did fill the gap, you'll just hit it with shade, a wash, and it should pick it right out. But because it's already black and I kind of like it like that, not hitting it with paint works just as well. But I just kind of did that out of pure habit and realized I should say something. Man, this paint got a lot of water in it real fast. Alright. So I want the back section of the gun to be black. I'm gonna make the handle kind of a wood color. So I think the only part of the gun that still needs to be silver is gonna be this. Front little beeble. And again, so here's a section where you can kind of see the inside of the gun here, and it needs to be silver. It's basically the flip side of this section that I just painted over. But it's real hard to see. It's real hard to get in there. I'm not going to bother. Nobody's going to notice. We're going to leave that alone. It's just not worth the effort. So on to the shoulders. More and more silver. Yeehaw! Oh, let's paint my handle because I had a convulsion. Yeehaw. Wheat. Beautiful. A friend of a friend made a corn army and made all of their bases out of cornflakes and actually painted them, you know, to look like cornflakes. The cereal. And that's always gotten a giggle out of me. It may even be a really common thing to do, I don't know, but it was pretty funny. The new Angron looks super sweet. He's super swole. Being a little bit careful around the jacket when I'm painting this silver. I just really don't want to hit the jacket with it. Textured and put grass on a base, 2 footprints. Frodo wearing the One Ring, beautiful. I mean, I'd be down to paint Angron. I'm not sure I really want to buy Angron right this second. Like for pre-order or whatever. But I would paint one eventually. As we all know, I am building a Chaos Army at some point. Oh, I'm getting really weird coverage out of this paint. So it's kind of blotchy on this shoulder here, and I just want to clean that up. Get it nice and smooth. So especially when we're going to go over this metallic with a contrast paint, we want the surface to be as smooth as possible, or else we're going to get the contrast paint to pool in weird places. And it's just going to, you know, however weird it looks in the metal, it's going to look even weirder after being contrasted. So I'm just making doubly sure that this layer is nice and smooth. Painting Angron would be hype worthy. It would be the streaming meta, right? Play into the new model thing. But like, I'm already feeling kind of nervous about trying to stream full time and not looking for a day job, which is still currently my goal. And the money crunch is already real, and I have enough models to keep going. I don't need to purchase a big fat one. As much as I want to, and as much as I probably could justify it, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. But I'm pretty sure he's got... Did you pre-order him? Does he have a premium price tag? I did not check the actual price. They do. I'm not big enough. But they definitely give stuff away to streamers. Or at least early access to things, I know. But like a lot of people had the... Oh gosh, Darkness. Whatever Darkness box. The Heresy stuff. Age? Age of Darkness? Alright. That is all of our silver. Not on pre-order yet. Okay. I mean, that might eventually be the plan to write it off. Because it is all a business, man. It's a business. It is sizeism. You're absolutely right. Also, how strange. That message came through on one of my chat feeds, but not on my other chat feed. Have I just missed a ton of messages? That's so strange. Yes, it is sizeism. It's very rude. That's so interesting. I'm like waiting for that message to come through on this other chat. Wow, there it is. It just came up just before you typed, "Yay, I broke it." Wow. Anyway, sorry, that was unimportant. Cool. That's our silver done. I think it's now time for red, actually. And then we'll get into the brown. And then this should start coming together. There's going to be a lot of detail to add still, but base colors being in is always a nice spot to get to. I'm going to take a sip or two of water. I have been hyper-focused. It is also 10. We should order something. Yeah. Have my phone. Order us food. You're winging it.
Out my own deliveries.
Yeah. I don't know what we're going to order. Katie's going to surprise me. Moose always knows there's food coming. She also knows to wait under my desk if I'm eating at it, because I will drop things. Red, it's so exciting. I'm so excited for red. So, Mephiston red. Mephiston red. Oh my god, the Wendy's. I was not aware. There's a Wendy's? That's the most American food chain there is. I'm so excited now. Thank you for letting me know, kind viewer. Wendy's is so just okay. The only thing worth getting from Wendy's back home ended up being the pretzel burger. Also, animals on cam, very cute right now. And the UK Wendy's, the one here in Croydon anyway, doesn't have the pretzel burger. Dude, Dinkus is food and stream. I mean, chances are good the food's gonna arrive and I'm gonna eat it. There is a Taco Bell here, though it tastes incredibly different from what we know to be Taco Bell. Dude, it was more than 5 people. It was 5 people every time I was in the store. Everybody, because... So, for anyone who doesn't know... Oh, look at that cat. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, they're pretty adorable. I lost my entire train of thought. That was a very good flop from Duck. Wendy's is new here in Croydon. And so all of the Brits around here were pretty pumped. You know, it's new. It's Wendy's, and even if you know that it's just Wendy's, it's still new. So I get it. There's hype, but everybody just kept telling me, the American, that it must be like a taste of home. Wendy's, somehow Wendy's specifically is like it encapsulates my love of America, which doesn't exist. And it's like, there's a McDonald's 2 doors down. There's a Taco Bell across the road. Like, what are you talking about with the Wendy's? And it was so many people. The hype was just too big. Everybody was like, hey, there's a Wendy's. How do you feel about the Wendy's? I was like, it's a fucking Wendy's. I don't care. Anyway, sorry. Big rant. Wendy's is not exciting. If you're excited about Wendy's, you should feel bad. The only good thing was the pretzel burger. It doesn't exist here. And even then, I felt guilty eating it because it's like 4,000 calories. Oh, is this your restaurant? Alright, so we're gonna get some Mephiston red out. We're gonna rinse the brush because I actually got it way up high onto the brush, which I did not want. I just want it near the tip. There we go. And now we can start laying in this corner. So I think the effect I'm going for with this red is that it was kind of a regal, almost a regal red, but it is now just dingy. So, for example, we will be shading it with Agrax Earthshade, but we are going for a very bold, vibrant red to begin with. There's a red coat joke in here somewhere. Secret red coat. Coverage is okay, but it's definitely going to want multiple coats, per usual. Five Guys. Five Guys is... My feelings on Five Guys, it's very good. I like Five Guys a lot. It's just not worth the cost. It's like one of the most expensive burgers you can find. Whoa, did not notice this detail here. Alright, we're gonna rinse our brush out a bit. Fries are yummy. I do love their fries. They're made in peanut oil. Peanut allergies be damned. If somebody else is paying, I love Five Guys. Accurate. I just keep missing this hole. There we go. Well, we got some junk on the tip, so we'll rinse the tip. Rinse the tip. Making sure I get at least a little bit of the underside of the cloak here. I'm not going to risk getting too close to this leg. it can be a little bit black in the recess rather than red. But I want it to at least look neat. And the edge itself absolutely has to be red because it is technically a raised edge. And there's no way it would be a recessed shadow portion. So. Yarn. First red flat coming along. I'll make sure to get the edge of it up here as well. Like so. Get the underside to the degree that we're not risking hitting other things. And yeah, it should be good, especially as we pick out the cuffs and the collar. And then when we darken down this silver to be black in a number of sections, specifically the helm and the shoulders, it should really be quite nice. That gray is also going to darken down a lot. Red is what we're going to keep pretty bright. Like I said, it'll be dingy, but it'll be pretty bright as well. That sounds like an oxymoron, and it kind of is, but you'll see. You'll see. You'll all see. Yeah, the red is definitely the pop. Oh, get that out of here. Oh, I think we saved it. Yeah, when you said black and red, the red was immediately the pop color. So this is very hard to show on camera. Oh, it's actually coming across all right. I'm just getting in the inside here. Just pushing that red up as far as I can without getting too blind. We've got a weird part of the sculpt here where the cloak is just way more three-dimensional than it should be. But we'll just paint it red. It'll look alright. We're keeping a bit of that gray lip. I'm saying that the actual bottom edge is black. But we're going to rinse this. Yeah, so this impossible to lick your own elbow. Well. Okay, I accept it. Also, hi, girl painter. How are you doing? Your arms still have to be attached. I'm glad you're fine. I'm also fine. I'm actually having a blast. Tonight's stream has been very fun so far. And I believe since the last time we spoke, my wife has arrived in the country. She is currently sitting behind me. And it is a delight. Oh gosh. Why did you have your AI make that? I could have just sent you a picture. It's a waste of resources. Alright, we got a bit of a weird angle on this red, so we're just gonna be... There we go. That worked out. I'm gonna rinse again. This brush dries out so fast. Background human wife unit. Oh. The dog is also so hot, so she's just really chilling on the floor. Oh, really? The dog's not there anymore. Oh, it's not. Wow, that dog is not sleeping that crazy. Alright, hang on. That dog is a lie. That dog is not that sleepy. Let's just finish this round of red. Pick this out a little bit more. And then I'm going to troubleshoot that pet cam. So you're not all just looking at a picture of the dog. Alright, that feels pretty dry. I don't know if AI is cooler than a real photo. The fact that it can basically make a real photo is pretty cool. But I don't know that that resulting photo is then cooler than a real photo, you know? There's something to be said for reality. Let's check this pet cam. Just do that while I fix it real quick. So, why are you disconnected? Pet cam, show me the pet cam. Oh, it's even better now. Wow, yeah, we needed to fix that. All right, puppy cam. Look at that. We get a dog right up on our face. And a ghost hand to pet the dog. You can all live vicariously through the ghost hand. You can pretend that you also are petting the dog. I cannot, for I am over here. Alright, again, I'm just going to make sure to get the underside of the lip, which means I do have to turn this weird ways for a second. So I apologize, it's a little hard to get on camera. And then we're just throwing on more layers. We're getting a nice flat red. Flat red, flat red. Everybody loves flat red. It sounds like flatbread. It's not as delicious, but it is prettier. It's flat red. Only $12.99. Get it before supplies run out. Flat red. Get your flat red here. Real life does have the worst NPCs, man. They all have, like, their own hopes and dreams and shit. That's true. If you can afford the premium life subscription, it's probably not nearly as bad. Again, I'm just making sure the tip of the brush is towards the things that I want to try to not hit. And then I'm using the actual flat body of the brush to do the painting. And that just helps reduce mistakes. This feels rehearsed at this point. This is an incredible bit. I'm loving it. But I'm also on the advertising track. So when you specified black and red, I am definitely thinking all the other colors are nice and desaturated, and it really helps that red be the only warm, the big pop, especially once we get the shade down. I'm so excited about this red. My ad blocker works on everything except the most egregious of ads. Somehow, some really terrible ones make it through. And they're the ones that, like, autoplay a video with sound. And I don't know how they get through. It's just the constant arms race between ad block and ad. That said, if a website won't let me in without disabling my ad blocker, I tend to find another website. No matter how much they're like, we need the revenue, and I get it, and they do. And I guess there's a handful I've whitelisted, but like, it tends to always be things where I'm just trying to look something up. I just want a simple answer to a question, and they won't let me in the website without disabling my ad blocker. And that is the fastest way to get me to leave your website. I might just not be remembering the name, or I may not know what you're talking about, but what is a purge trooper? Host software on a local computer that redirects all traffic elsewhere, so I can't actually find it. If that's true, that's incredible, Wolven. Your workaround? That's super cool. I hope that's real. I do want to see your version of a Death Korps of Krieg. I actually did so much research into how people painted their Death Korps of Krieg soldiers in preparation for this. Okay, Purge Troopers in Star Wars. I thought that might be the case. And I think I even know what you're talking about. Like, I think I have an image of them in my head. Alright, so the last place that gets this red is his collar. And this is now between two things that we've already painted. And it's going to be very, very nerve-wracking. So, I'm going to click this Instagram link first. Very nice. Very blue. I like it. I like the... I can't quite tell from just the one angle, but the kind of goldish sand of the faceplate. That's nice. I think I've seen that as a scheme for them in, like, fan art before. And it's working really well here. The caption... Oh. Legally distinct. The best kind of distinct. I'd say that looks almost like... You know what? Your mud looks like frosting. I was gonna see if I could recognize it. It looks like chocolate frosting. In the best possible way. Alright, onto this collar. I'm gonna stop delaying. I don't even know why I shook that paint pot. I have enough paint down here. My brush is misbehaving. Alright. It's collar time. And there's nothing to do but just be super cautious. And don't let yourself have an anxiety tremor while you're feeling super worried about hitting the other things you painted. Alright, layer 1 done on that side. Vallejo mud. I've been looking into those, the Vallejo ones. They come in massive tubs, don't they? As opposed to little tiny pots. They actually give you a reasonable amount. It looks like it's quite thick. Texture, like consistency wise. Alright, how much do I want to try to get up under this helmet? Not much, but we're gonna do it. Just gonna try to hit this top edge a little bit more. Okay, that's looking all right. Now we're just gonna do the second layer over on this side. Really get that flat red. And thank you. Just a little bit on the top here to get. And a teeny edge. Just in there. Oh, of course it's blurry for that. Come here. I definitely just got food is here vibes. So this may be the food section of the stream where I eat and everybody else chats. But there's all of our red. There's not a ton of red. It is definitely a pop color. Yes. The blue and tan is pretty common for the Death Korps. I just like that you carried the blue into the armor as opposed to the really standard kind of black or silver. It is very Star Wars. The silver on the shoulder pads and the helmet are going to become much darker as well. So it should be very much a kind of stealth look. Shading is going to make such a big difference to the brightness of these colors. The main thing left is brown, which is going to be going on the shoes, all the straps. I forget the name of it, but the covers over the hands, those are going to be nice and leather for us. The whole back section is going to be brown. So we're keeping kind of a Krieg theme. We're just going for very much black and red Krieg. I tried not to deviate entirely from their general vibe, and we're gonna dirty him the heck up. But yeah, he's looking pretty good. So that's the Mephiston. So now we're on to brown. Brown is the last of our base colors, I believe. And I'm using Mournfang. Mournfang brown. Blah, blah, blah. Because we're going to be dimming everything down, again, I want it to start out nice and bright. It's in here somewhere. Mournfang brown. It's also kind of a reddish brown, which should add to the kind of... I don't even know how to put it. We have basically a desaturated grayscale model going on with just red. So making the brown also on that red spectrum is going to keep it as a nice warm pop on top of the kind of dimness of everything else. You could also get a really yellow brown. But I'm digging the Mournfang. Go, Mournfang, go. I kind of know color theory. I actually know color theory pretty well, but I really struggle to talk about it. It's something I'm working on. Wow, this has a lot of paint coming out. There we go. I think the food is here. I'm like kind of trying to not start new things in case it's like bam food, but we'll get some brown down. Oh, that's a solid. I just pulled a solid out of the brown. That's hard to paint with. Use a little bit of water. Nothing crazy. Okay, so now we're just gonna pick out this brown. Which in a weird way, this is also a cleanup step because it's the last place that we've left a lot of our mistakes. So this is where a lot of it should really come together and look a lot neater than it does currently. This is also why we paint inside out, because now I can just hit this square with brown. Going the other direction, if this was all brown and the silver needed to go on the inside of it, it'd be a massive headache. But we want to make sure to get all 3 dimensions. The tip of my brush is dry. That's really useful. Come here. Okay. Golden question. Shoot. Cold potatoes aren't hot. A great answer. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being very mean and 0 being baby mode, what number do you want to go against Thursday? I see. I don't know. Like, I mean, this is kind of a cop-out answer. I'll make it less cop-out. 5 to 8. 5 to 8. I don't want to, like, get turn 1 wiped off the board. But if I do chance a win off of you as a complete idiot, I don't want to feel like I won it because you just didn't try. And I don't want to give you that excuse either. So, you know, if I walk away with a win, I want you to feel upset. But at the same time, Necrons are still maybe in a questionable place. And you do like to go big. So, yeah, call it a 6. The food was not here. My watch just let me know that the rider is nearby. Oh, this is a hard angle with that mace. The dip down into there. There we go. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, bring that 6. Bring your 6 game. I'll accept your 6 game. Oh, it's a dog. Hello, dog. She was clacking on the floor, but these headphones really change the way things outside of me sound. Outside of me? Outside of them? Her click-clacking on the floor sounded very strange. Sounded like suction cups. There's still a ton more webbing to pick out. And get this belt. So we're gonna make that little icon gold. Sorry, that icon on his belt. His belt buckle, I guess. That's what those are called, right? The metal center belt chunk, you know? Well, that looks and sounds like food. And that looks and sounds like a cat. Screaming. Okay. So, we are going to put this down. We're not going anywhere. I'm going to eat on stream. You guys can enjoy it. close this pod. I have no idea what we've gotten.
It didn't say that it came with curry sauce, so I added one.
I see.
And I get double toast.
Great. Alright, brushes. Yeah. The only thing I'm listening to is music, so. So this is chicken katsu? Yeah. All right. You got your sushi fix. And I got chicken katsu. So dinner tonight is chicken katsu curry. It feels really strange. It's never occurred to me I don't need my headset in. My headphones on with a separate microphone. It feels very strange. It feels very wrong. So it looks kind of sad, but it's not actually. Chicken katsu. Yeah, so we got some breaded fried chicken on some white rice. Looks like we got a little bit of cabbage. We got a single pepper, just one. So we'll save that for like a treat at the end. Now it's from Donburi & Co. It looks like maybe some flake. The fish bonito flake, perhaps. Some sort of, let's see, what are you? Pickled something? Pickled yellow thing? Yeah. And then, radish? Pickled radish. And then we have gravy sauce, katsu curry sauce, brown deliciousness. Welcome to mukbang. Wow, how do I open this? Okay. It says open. Do I? Aha! I figured out a container. It wasn't even childproof. Oh yeah, look at that sauce. We're just gonna dumpy dump. Whee! Okay. Yeah, definitely didn't need a second one, but yeah. Ugh. I'm going to brief hiatus. We're gonna hop into just chatting. Just so nobody's like, ooh, Warhammer stream. And then this man's just eating. Done. And I can change it to this. There we go. I'm bigger, chat's bigger. Pet cam needs to be way larger than that, though. Hang on. This is just incorrect. I don't know what I was thinking. We're gonna do something like that. That's more what it should be. As one of the High Lords, and just eating will be a bit more accurate. True. Honestly, my favorite part is that I got just one pepper. I think that's hilarious. There we go. Dog stream. Dog stream. I'm a quick eater, by the way. I'll be done within 10 minutes and we'll be back to painting. Well, if you want to get real weird with it, hang on. I can... Look, a dog on the back of me. Oh, I'm kind of out of frame, almost. Look over here. Look over here, puppy. Just a smidge. A smidge of wife butt. Alright, we're gonna turn that back to a reasonable angle.
Thanks.
I think that's fine. I could maybe sneak my foot into frame. Oh, not even really. Is that better? That's not better, because they come over here all the time. But the dog is hiding now from the camera. I don't know how she knows where it is. But she's run away. Oh, much needed dinner break. Thank you for handling all of that.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna handle it without bothering you, but I need a phone number.
Yep.
Delivery won't let me make an account yet.
We need to get you on the phone. In the bank. How well does this camera pick this guy up? No. Will you change focus? How about if I cover my face? Me? It says no. Kitty cat. You can watch her stalk me like a shark. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Nope. Goodbye. In all reality, it's probably best to just put up the BRB screen. Take an actual break. I've already made my bed. Yeah, it's a good wall of backpacks. They're adorable. They're a little bit out of focus in my webcam.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. I think you can tell. There's a Grogu and a Raja. And... But I don't think you can tell that. But yeah, it's a Harry Potter bag.
The unicorn looks creepy as hell.
The unicorn does look terrifying. But it kind of looks terrifying anyway. That's just accurate. This is the wall of Katie's backpacks. Because there is no such thing as too many backpacks. How's the tub of water doing? This water bottle needs to be 3,000% bigger. Thank you. I'm surprised nobody redeemed hydrates. I had to do all of my drinking out of my own volition. For free, that's right. How dare you not spend your channel points on my well-being? I'm more surprised just because it tends to happen. You're terrible. Oh yeah, there's a whole spam right at the end of the night. So many hydrates. It was a number of people. But yes, it was also the Cum Dragon. Redeemed a lot of hydrates. I ran out of water. I had to promise that I would go refill the water bottle and drink after the end of the stream. And I did. I was thirsty. It has been very hot here. We're probably 5 minutes away from starting painting again. T-minus. Yes, thank you for all the hydrates. I would make some sort of joke about how dare you support them. But honestly, nobody deserves to die from heat. This is not okay. I made a whole thing about it, so this is fair. I drained the water bottle. Oh my gosh. I'm out of water again. We were just talking about yesterday's hydrate. Oh, too much water. Yeah. I will go refill it and drink some more. But only because I am actually still thirsty. I'm not selling my soul to the hydrate crowd. Also, welcome back. I mean, that's cool. Like I said, I'd make a joke about those darn foxes, but no animal deserves to die from a heat wave. That's brutal. So, good on you guys, watering your foxes. I'm gonna let ours fend for themselves. But I won't wish them ill. Honestly, our heat is just made so much worse by the computers. Okay, so I'm gonna go get some more water. I am just about done with my rice. That's a lot of hydrates.
Can't refund their own point.
I appreciate that. I didn't even consider that. No, I'm not hydrating. I just said I ran out of water. I'm about to. I gotta go get more water. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, Moose. Why are you sitting right behind me anyway? For snacks. Because I dropped food. Jug of water. It just needs to filter through. And then I can drink all of it. Just gonna use the restroom and put this food away. And then we're back to painting. Almost died. Blaze of glory. Side miss melee attack. Nice. Yeah. And we've timed out vote for Joe. Great. Vote for Joe is Joe Biden. La Presidente. Alright. Music's going back in. Sounds good. Good night. I'll be here. Joe Mama, I did miss a massive opportunity there. I'm glad you took it. Alright. Back to painting. I'm not sure he's got much of a hold on this channel. We're back. We are indeed still painting Mornfang Brown. Bad strimmer. I'm a bad strimmer. Oh, we can change back to Warhammer now. I mean, I don't claim to be the best streamer. I only claim to stream. So, I think I have met that exceedingly well. I have streamed. Also, dog thigh for you. Back to Warhammer. Update. We're back where we belong. We're painting models. Alright. And we're so hot. Holy crap. I don't listen to the Slaw Bunnies. But based on the name, I feel like I should. Fucking hell. I can't believe I fell for that. That, oh my. Would one of my other mods time him out? Just for like 1 second. See. Fool me once. Oh, you can't time out a mod? We can't just have mod wars? Maybe I need to unmod you. Just so we can time you out. I think we've had this discussion before, too. Where I've wanted to punish you, and you're unpunishable because you're actually quite useful and helpful and happy. Maybe I have the power? Hang on. If I have the power, you're getting a 1 second timeout. I mean, I can time out, and I think I just did for a little bit longer than I intended. All I clicked was timeout. It did 10 minutes by itself. Let me see. It deleted all of the messages. Hang on. It's a little extreme. I don't need you to disappear for 10 minutes. Hang on. I'm coming, buddy. That fix it? I don't think that fixed it. Hang on. Says purge. Does that... If I time you out for 1 second, does that remove your 10-minute sign? Are you back? Can you type things? Probably not. I think that did it. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I fixed it. We're gonna paint. If you're just timed out for 10 minutes, I apologize. That's on me not knowing how to do things. I love you. I owe you something. I just wanted to send a message about these nuts jokes. And as a result, I may have lost a friend. Are you timed out, but you can buy your way into speech? You don't have to answer that. If that's the only way you could talk right now. Oh, you're back. Alright, great, great. Yeah, that was an accidental murdering. I'm sorry. Please focus, camera. Oh my god, you're right. You lost your sword. Hang on. I still see you as a mod. You may just have temporarily lost status. Since you're like timed out but permitted. He's still got mod status according to like the account. Sorry. No, that's what I'm saying is I think it might be temporarily disabled because of the like timeout. So I believe you're still technically on a timeout, but you are permitted. Like it's basically just a priority thing, is my guess. And the timeout means mod status is gone. But like if I click the account, it's still a mod account. Yeah, we'll see. I'll remake you a mod, don't you worry. You've done far more good as a mod than evil. Though your evil is quite atrocious. I can't believe it. You got me so hard with that thing. I'm mostly upset because I was really excited about a new band that maybe I would be into. Because while we maybe don't have the same music taste, you're usually pretty good at guessing things that I would like. So I was really pumped. And now I'm sad. You made me sad. That was why I wanted revenge, but my revenge went just a little bit too hard. The power of the strimmer. I banish you to the Shadow Realm. Let's hit up this backpack. I still stand behind a band named Slaw Bunnies. Would be a pretty good band. Especially knowing the joke now. Like, if somebody's actually named themselves that would be a great punk band. Or, like, pop punk, even. Because, you know, there's a bit of a joke to it, for sure. Hi, puppy. Bye, puppy. Oh, no, you can go. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm sorry I stopped you. Look at that tail go. Who's got a cute tail? Oh, it's you. Come here, puppy. Come here. I'll give you pets. Hi, puppy. Who's a good girl? It's you. It's you. Okay, go hang out with Mom. She's gonna be much more, like, useful to you than I will be. Nope, she settled in right behind my butt. She said, I'm here for you, Dad. Oh, it's so beautiful. We get to clean up some of this bedroll. That was real dangerous. I could feel it. I was real twitchy, and I still went for it. But we're never punished. Yeah. I'm sure I can get a better light. There you go. I don't know. See if the badge is back. Try timing them out for a second. Although I guess that might just continue the problem. Well, you know what? I wanted to make... Alright, there's a few details in this backpack that are going to need some cleaning up, but... There's some silver and some gold stuff. Okay. Let me get in... Well... Unless you feel particularly that you must have mod status right now, I will deal with it after the stream. But currently I feel like we are okay without the extra mod power. Because it's going to take me a little bit of troubleshooting. Just because I don't know how to deal with Twitch. Yeah, everyone's pretty chill. And they're not responding at all, so... We'll say it's probably not priority number 1. Gonna get the tassels on the bottom of the mace here. Murder was committed. Columbo's going solvent. There's a new murder mystery movie coming out that actually looks pretty good. I can't remember the name of it. It had a lot of big name actors. I'm kind of excited for it. Whoa. I think they're still timed out. Hang on. Because that's not okay. Not modded is fine. Timed out is not as okay. You need to be able to say stuff. You keep me honest. I'm coming, buddy. Okay. I just gotta put my brush down. Murdered. I'm coming, buddy. I'm just seeing some Discord stuff. It just added up. Oh, that was a while ago. I think my watch was just really slow. It gave me the Discord message from 15 minutes ago. But while I'm up from painting, let's just take another look here. Oh yeah, mod status is gone. Why can I not remod you? Do we break it? This is weird. Remod Twitch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to poke around with this later. As long as you can chat, that's all I need. So, but it seems like you're away right now anyway, so I'm not gonna worry about it until I hear that they're unable to send messages. And I will fix the mod status after stream. We got a model to paint. But I do apologize. I accidentally responded with a far worse weapon. Okay. Oh, his boots. I knew there was something more large that needed brown. It's boots. That's right, something more large. Kind of hard to show painting feet. It is kind of funny how many feet on Warhammer models are just like basic boot block shape. It's just like one guy in the entire universe makes boots, and he makes them all exactly the same. Also, if you're around, Wolven, I know you often tap out a little bit earlier from the stream, and I am not intending to keep you up. It's kind of up to you. I can keep painting this model, and the VOD will be available, or we can finish it another time if you are ever needing to head out. Because this is totally a for you thing. So just let me know. Just let me know. But I am fully capable of going another 3 hours or so before I normally give up on the stream. We might go a little long tonight, even if we're feeling it. I'll throw that message out there again in a little bit. But until I hear otherwise, we're going. I'm finishing this thing. Righty. Oh, I missed some brown. Right on the side pocket of this pack. Just in here. Sure, the best way to come at it. We'll do it like this. Oh, and I missed some straps as well. There's always more. There's just always more to paint. That's a little too much on the tip. Just pick that out. Here we go. Whee! Okay. I think that's the... Nope, the bottom of the pack. Like I said, always more. Just gonna... Yoop. Yoop. And with this guy... Actually, a little bit back here. Brown never ends, baby. Alright. And then, is that supposed to be a strap across his shoulder? I think it is. Hitting that shoulder plate. Although, if it is, where's it going? Maybe it's not. Because that's a full-blown coat. I'm gonna go with that it's not. However, the back of this hand needs to match the other hand. So... Okay. So now is a very good time to do, well, a little bit more silver, actually. And then we'll come back with the Black Templar over the silver. A magic step, a fun step. Let's go ahead and... come back for that Iron Hands. Do I have any wet left on my palette? Nope, that is dry as a bone. Iron Hand Steel. Bam. Quick dip into there. Not much that I need to touch up here. Go. I just decided I actually want these discs on the side of the roll at the bottom to be silver. I think they would look quite nice silver. And give me reason to bring a little more variation into this brown. We've got a big old patch of brown back here. Take 2 coats. I'm using the flat of the brush just to pick out that edge. Oh, and to touch the very bottom of the pack. Can I get that out of here? Nope. A little bit more silver. And again, we'll just come back and do another layer on this thing. Just to really get it nice and bright. Okay. Silver circles. Brilliant. Before we do gold, we're doing the Black Templar. I believe that was the only touch-up I needed on silver. Great. So, the most fun step. Black Templar, where are you? Alright, so contrast paints are tough. They're really different. They're really weird. It's super thin. We're going to try to get one even layer in one pass. We don't want to be fiddling around with it too much. We're not going to try to get it to pool anywhere. We're just going to load up the brush. And for that reason, I actually am going to use my large brush. Because we're doing it... Hey, you're back! Yeah, it's coming together all right. We're just about to do the magic step of turning this silver into a black metal. But I was saying earlier, it's totally up to you, since this is your model, effectively. If you need to dip out, I know you often leave the stream before I'm done. I can keep going through the end of the night, and you can check out the VOD. Hey, you're fine. Or I can hold off until you're around again, which is totally fine as well. It would be Monday, likely, would be the next possible one. But that's totally up to you. Or you can stick around the whole time and enjoy it until freaking 2 or 3 in the morning. All of the options are available. But currently, it is time for Black Templar. Fair enough. Well, again, just let me know if you want me to keep going and just check out the VODs and it'll just be done. Or if you want to catch it all live and ask questions the whole time, that is up to you. This is not a format that I have, like, made at this point, so... So we're going to try to get one even coating. I did not get nearly enough paint into this brush. Already off to a bad start on this Black Templar. I'm going to pull it around a little bit, but I can't do too much or I'm just going to ruin the whole effect. Yep, I'm already getting weird pooling. That'll work out okay. That'll look a bit like a scratch. You can see this sort of dingy mark to it. But now we're going to be sure to load this up properly so that we have enough. No, again, I don't want you to try to please me with this. This project is for you currently. So if you'd like to be around live for the whole thing, just say so. And we will stop when you take off. I'm perfectly happy to do that. Or I can keep going all night. But I want your preference, not a ask me my preference. Blowing hot air. For sure, for sure. And thank you. I'm also quite pleased with it. I think it's looking pretty darn okay. And yeah, we'll keep going for at least an hour then. on this model anyway. The stream is going to go max length regardless, but we can pull off of this model whenever. But we'll be going for at least another hour. And we should be getting a lot done. I want to make the tip of the rifle into black metal. Just get a little bit of variation into it. Pull some of that off of there. Make sure we get the coverage right. Oh, a cool breeze just came through the window. Oh, it's magnificent. Oh, you should be jealous of this breeze. This is a wonderful breeze. Alright, so the Black Templar step is a pretty quick one. That's still drying on the edge of that helmet there, but the shoulder pad, you can see sort of the effect we were going for. It's still shiny, it's still got some metal edges. With an edge highlight, a silver edge highlight especially, it's going to come out. It's very much a black metal. Even more so than you can tell on the camera. It is very much a black metal look. So, next up is just a teeny tiny bit of gold. There's just a handful of details to pick out in gold, which I want to do before we shade, because we're just going to shade the whole model in Agrax Earth Shade. Yeah, so Black Templar contrast paint. It's a really fun trick with any contrast paint. It's a little tricky. So I can show you where I've screwed it up a little bit. Is you can see this like leaf petal shape of just a little bit of darkness. That's where I wasn't quite able to pull it right. But effectively, you load up your brush like you would with a wash. You know, not a ton so that it's like dripping everywhere, but just enough that it's full of paint. And you want to just drag it all the way around the object. Not try to make it pool anywhere. Try not to revisit sections you've already hit with the paint. Just one swipe. I think Duncan Rhodes says like coloring in with Sharpie. If that makes more sense to anybody. But then you just let it sit. You let it do its thing. And it will kind of pull away from high areas. And it will leave the metal sheen behind. And it's how you can make a lot of dyed metal. I did some Iron Warriors a while ago, and the way I did the gold on them was actually Iron Breaker and then Snakebite Leather contrast paint over the top. It's a really fun way to make kind of a dingy gold. So, yeah, contrast paint. Not just for rushing out models. It's a good tool in the toolkit. But it is really different from all the other paints. They're really weird to work with. Okay, I'm gonna move my brushes over. I need my teeny tiny boy. Use a rinse. It was a normal just paint. I don't even think it was like base and layer and everything at that point. It was just Snakebite Leather was the paint. They repurposed the name for the contrast line. So it is now a contrast paint. It is very good for leather. It's sort of an orangey brown. But because it's so orange, when you put it over metallic, it comes out like a dark gold. But they repurposed the name. Bam. Speaking of gold, we're actually going to do a normal gold. If I can find it. Retributor armor. Yay, the classic. Everybody's favorite. Hacha. I told everybody I owed everyone like 8 hydrates, and I'm now thirsty again, so it was more than 8 even. So here's hydrates. My water has filtered now. I do not like London water out of the tap. I don't know how everybody else here feels about it, but that is some hard-ass water. Bam. Top good. There it is. Great. I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm also spoiled. All of Denver's tap water is basically snow melt, and it's just delicious. I love Denver water out of the tap. I have no issue with it. Ugh, there's at least 6 hydrates right there. Yeah. We'll do more in a bit. Wasn't somebody was telling me that the Thames is actually quite clean? They obviously it's got a lot of like silt and color to it, but the water itself is actually really clean. Somebody was telling me that. And they may have been lying to my face, lying to me. Either of those. To the gold bits. There's not a lot to pick out here, but just a tiny bit. It adds that extra little something something. So a big one is, come on, there you go, camera. Big one is this Aquila on the helm. And then all of the buttons, which is going to be so much fun. The only advice I can offer on doing stuff like picking out these buttons is, oh my gosh, don't do that, is get a small brush, paint higher up than you think, like paint the air on the way down to the button, and just keep lowering the brush until you finally hit the button. There's actually a, looks like a teeny tiny skull here adhering the very corner of everything. Yeah, they are the toughest. They're probably skippable, to be honest. Especially in like a big squad. But they do add just a little bit of pop. We're gonna pick out the skull on the gun here. But yeah, the best advice I can give is basically start making your strokes like this, and then just bring it lower and lower and lower until you just barely hit the detail, and then take off from there. Revel in your newfound ability to pick out teeny tiny details with a teeny tiny brush. It's definitely also one of the spots where, honestly, just practice makes perfect. The more you do it, the more you get used to keeping a steady hand for like a section of time. It also helps to, if they're in a tight spot especially, only load up the very tip of the brush with paint. Like, rinse your brush off if you've just pulled more paint out of the pot, so that there's just only on the very tippy tip of the brush. is there any paint, and then you won't accidentally hit other things. Paint with the flat of the brush anytime that you can. Don't try to get it with the point, but with the edge of the point. But that's about it. They suck. Tiny details just suck. We have so many cheats in the hobby that where people who don't do the hobby don't realize, and we get to be like, look how cool I am. Painting teeny tiny details is where you just suck it up. That sounds mean. I don't want to be mean. You're great. Everybody's great. See, okay, get it in focus, please. Thank you, camera. So there's an example of using the flat of the brush rather than the tip. I'm just kind of pulling it against the detail. But yeah, there's no way around it. They suck. So these ones are fun. This will also clean up a big section of the model here. My working lamp is so bright. I'm really excited to actually take well-lit pictures of this for you. Also, when it's done, we're nowhere near done, for the record. You mentioned Kill Team and how I would do it, and so I'm going a little bit extra. There's definitely some shortcuts that we can talk about. So I messed up that detail big time. I don't know. Yeah, I can cache it. So that's one where I'll just come in with a little bit of brown. I just missed. It just happens. But I will be fixing that before shading, because it's going to be pretty important that that be brown when the shade hits it. I just realized I have not spent any amount of effort figuring out what to do with these hands. Yeah, 10 guys as opposed to 100. Put a little bit extra love in. So you're getting the extra version. But we're gonna have to shade and rebase and highlight. And he can really pop, 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 pop. But I just realized I've given no attention to what to do with these gloves. I think gray is probably the way to go. Black is okay, but it bothers me back here. So we've got a lot of black in here. And it's kind of okay, because when you're really looking at the model, you just don't see this, right? But if I make these gloves gray, then it can actually pull it apart in here a little bit. It also needs edge highlighting and all of that, but thinking in big blocks, my only worry is it might detract a bit from the red here, but I think it's working well enough at the pants that I'm not too worried about it. So we are going to come in with some gray before we can shade as well. I just want to make sure, did I get all of the gold details? There's not a lot of them, so... Oh, I did miss 2 tiny buttons. Just that guy and that guy. And again, I got too much gold paint on the corner here. So we'll just come in with some brown. It'll be fun. Any other gold details? Oh, yes, of course. I wanted all of these rings to be gold. Just to change it up a bit. I just dropped a bunch of frames? That was weird. I think we just hit a hiccup. Sorry about that. I hate BT. I hate BT a lot. So, oh, and there's actually a little rivet in this as well. So just very cautiously. There we go. Oh, of course that wasn't in focus. There we go. Somebody stole it, maybe. Every third week of the month, spend the first after of every morning for 5 days telling BT to fix the telephone lights. Nice. Love it. Gonna get a little bit more gold out of here. Just a teeny tiny bit of water. First hour. That makes sense. Okay. Picking out rings, picking out rings. Picking out rings. So even just those tiny points of gold really pop it out. You don't have to go nuts with gold to make gold do its work. The last place I wanted it was... Oh, the bits around the bayonet. So this is where I'm probably actually going a little too heavy on the gold. But I feel like it. It's drying up on my brush because it's tiny and it's hot. So I'll go for another dip. Bring it out here. I actually dipped a little too far, so as I suggested earlier, I'm going to rinse my brush right away. Just use the residual water from that rinse to thin the paint. And then we're back at it. Like that there. Just make sure we go around the whole shape of this thing. Just like that. Now, there's little teeny tiny rivets on this shoulder pad. I'm not gonna try to pick those out. Well, alright, let's do it. This is something I would normally skip because I'm terrified. But let's go ahead and give it a go. Again, we're just gonna paint until we hit it. These are right in a recess. I'm not sure I'm... Trying to also be close enough here. And the paint's dry. Alright, that'll be fine. Oh, there's the other shoulder pad. We gotta at least do it the same on both. Alright. Come here, paint. So just on the tippy tip of the brush. Same deal as before. Can I get it real nice and close? Ooh. These are terrifying. We got it. And we got it. Oh. We hit them all. Except for this last one over here. Okay. We picked out those rivets as well. That is definitely not worth the risk. They will look just fine without gold. But we did it. Alright. So now we just need to clean up the brown, and then we can do the shade. And it will look magnificent and beautiful. Thank you. I feel brave. The especially spooky part is theoretically we'll want to hit it with highlight color. I shouldn't have done this in this base color. You should just do it with the highlight color, the auric armor later on. I did this very wrong. But we're being thorough? Question mark. So my big advice, absolutely do not try to pick out those rivets with Retributor armor. It's actually pointless. It will only end in misery. Well, or some bravery. But we'll be coming back later with this auric armor. And they can just be that. They are actually just points of light. So they can be the spotlight color. It's not a... They will be. They should be. So that was a little silly. That's the kind of decision you make at midnight. Alright, so we're just gonna clean up this brown. I just made a couple of mistakes. For the record, when I do make mistakes like that, I do leave them all for kind of the similar time. Like, I'll keep, you know, I'll go do another base color and I'll just let the mistake exist. And then I'll try to fix them all basically before the shade step. If you're just constantly cleaning up, then you make no progress. And it just kills, at least personally, it just kills my drive to paint. Oh, I'm not. So we cleaned up around that. Gold pip. Clean up this silver section. I'm just gonna... Eyeballs. Oh yeah, before I shaded, I needed to do the gloves as well. Ugh. It never ends. There's always more. I'm sure there was another section I needed to clean up with the brown. Maybe not. It actually went pretty well. Ah, yes. Okay. Brown. Fixed. Now, back to gray for the gloves. Swap my color thing back because I can. I'm hoping that this little color thing that I put together will also help searching through the video, if and when you're looking at it for reference, because otherwise I'm not quite sure how to do it. The YouTube one I'm going to try to timestamp, but again, very new to all that stuff, so we'll see how well I manage. Alright. So we're going to color in these gloves real quick. I'm going to stick to the tiny brush. I don't like it, but it feels kind of necessary for these gloves. Just because we've done so much painting already, mistakes are a little annoying. So, come in here with this. So this is just the same as everything else. It's just a gray base coat. I'm going to try to get it nice and even and flat. I've thinned it a little too much, and it's definitely showing some black through. So it's going to take a couple coats. But definitely err on the side of thin. Too thin versus too thick. Because if it's too thin, you can always add more layers. If it's too thick, you're losing detail. If it's too thin, the only thing at risk is your own sanity. I have definitely not painted a really light color over a really dark color and done it over like eight layers before. That's definitely not something I've done. And it definitely did not cost me 7 sanity points. Okay. 1 gray glove. And actually this gray, because we're going to be shading it with Agrax Earthshade, is going to turn a little bit brown as well. So it will actually be sort of a gray-brown. And it should blend real nice. This man knows nothing of fashion, which says you never mix black and brown. Not really sure why fashion says that, but... because in theory they don't go super well together, but I think they look fine. I like black and brown. I think fashion just has a thing against orange tones. Cool. I believe we can now shade. No! Crap. Well, crap. Alright, in an assembly line, if you were doing, which you will be, if you're doing a lot of these at once, you'll want to have done the base by this point. And I think I will do it now. The base... I'll just do it instead of just talking about it. But you'd like to use the Agrax Earthshade on the whole thing, including the textured base. It's now going to take too long for me to do it all at once. Take too long to dry. But, oh, I also need my scraper. Ew, nearly fell over. This. This guy. Not necessary, but convenient. Which headphone is which? You. We're gonna put down a paper towel as like an elbow pad. I'm working at a weird angle and it's hurting my elbow. Oh, yeah. So, I'm going to put down the texture on the base now. I doubt it'll be dry by the time I'm done shading the rest of the model. Oh, this needs some serious shaking. Oh gosh, you have definitely jinxed it. You should not have said anything. Wow, did I really not add? this to my list either. Hang on. The heck are you? Martian. I made all of these things and I just didn't put any of them in here. I'm using Martian Iron Crust. You can obviously do whatever it is you like to do for basing. I have decided for a reddish brown base, because he fits in sort of like he's camouflaged for that, because he's got a lot of reddish brown going on. And this is one where I am particularly comfortable making some really good dust effects on the bottom of the model. I think it'll work really well with him. A yellow base would also do really well. All the sort of Xandri, whatever the heck, dunes. Green grass pops against the red pretty well. Honestly, with this scheme, because it's black and red, you can do just about anything, and it'll look pretty good. I wouldn't do like Astro Granite, just straight Astro Granite. A mud base would be good. But I'll talk about the techniques I'm going to do with kind of weathering him as though how you would do it with any color. Okay, that's nice and mixed now. So I'm just going to put this all over this base. So this is just a texture paint. It sounded like you have used them before, but not loved how it went. So my only advice is... Well, I have two pieces of advice, I suppose, with texture paint. And one is pile it up more than you think you should, but don't let them be round. Push it around with the edge, some sort of sharp edge. So like don't use a brush to put it on. It's why I actually forked out for one of these scrapers. But otherwise, pile up a lot more than you think. It'll kind of shrink down a bit. And then, oddly enough, I find with a lot of them, out of the pot, they're actually too wet. And you actually want to let your paint dry out a little bit. Especially with the Martian Iron Crust. Mine's now dried out enough in the pot that it works alright. But sometimes they are just actually too thin. And so they settle. When they're drying on the base, they settle down instead of holding their shape. And then you will lose all of the fun detail you try to put together. So weirdly enough, let them dry out a little. Now, I'm just pushing this right up onto his boots. I should be up here. Because he's stepping in it. You know, when it's dusty like this, it's on his boots, man. They're not clean. So now is when I'm just gonna scrape in weird shapes as it has dried a little bit on the base already. So here's scooping up some stuff. So can I get... Yeah, you can kind of see I've just made scoopy waves in it. And those are what are going to dry really nicely and be all neat looking. Although even it's too wet in here, you can see it's so shiny. And it is settling. It is currently settling into rounder shapes, and I do not want that. So I'm going to keep moving it around a little bit. I think that's going to be alright. Moved my elbow pad over here. There we go. Okay. So, now we get to shade. This is the super fun part. This is always my favorite part of every model ever. And we want a reasonably large brush. We want it to hold a good amount of wash. I'm going to get it wet. Just because that was a little crusty. So, this whole model is Agrax Earth Shade. Whole thing. We're not using a single other shade. We did use a contrast paint, kind of like a shade, but let's go ahead and I know you're here somewhere. Agrax. Give it a good shake. Always shake. I've had so many questions from people, or like problem solving needed, where the actual issue is just they didn't mix their paint enough. Shades will come out shiny. They have a matting agent in them. All the paints do. But especially on shades, they have just a thing in them that makes them matte. And if you don't mix them well enough, the matting agent settles to the bottom, and as you pull all of the wash out of the top, you get a really shiny finish, because all of the matting agent is at the bottom of the pot. So if you've ever had that problem, that is why. So just shake. The solution to so many painting problems is just really go nuts on the shaking. Bonus points if you give yourself a little bit of an aneurysm. Oh, isn't that breeze nice, dude? Get your breeze on, my guy. Alright. Agrax. Agrax Earth Shade. Pulling with the paint. Pulling with the paint. I'm not sure I've ever heard pulling with the paint. I've heard pulling the paint. But, so... the only thing I can think either one of them refer to is when you have... yeah, cool. Pulling the paint. So, overall, if you're painting on a plastic surface, whether it's bare or it's got paint on it or whatever, it's effectively a smooth surface, right? It's not particularly gritty. Some paints are actually kind of gritty after they dry, but for the most part, it's smooth. And when you have a bunch of paint on your brush and you pull your brush across the surface, so like across here, you can notice you get sort of a U shape. You get not a lot of paint where the brush is directly contacting, and you can get it piling up on the sides, and then where you pull your brush up, you get a big blob of paint. I can probably just demonstrate. So like, if I load this guy up and pull like that, well, that's really hard to see. Oh, you can maybe tell. You move the paint in a particular way when you pull the brush, and pulling the paint is just... oh, wow. That's a hard question. It's like really hard to talk about. So often people talk about pulling the paint when they're talking about getting it to settle in a particular way. So, for example, this guy here, when I was using the Black Templar contrast. I was moving the paint around. I didn't add any paint. I didn't take any paint away, but I moved my brush around over the same surface, moving the paint, pulling the paint. And that's because I wanted the most pigment to settle in very specific places. And one place where I screwed it up is you can see this dark leaf shape in the middle of it, of that shoulder pad. That's where I didn't pull the paint properly. I let it settle there instead of pulling it to the edges, which is where I wanted it to be. So pulling the paint is just controlling where it actually settles when you're done moving your brush around. It's all about brush control. But basically, if there's paint on the model and there's no paint on your brush and you pull your brush across it, you are moving the paint away from where it was sitting towards where you want it to be, rather than laying down new paint. That's pulling paint. That's what I needed to lead with, but words are really hard. If there's more paint on the model than there is on your brush, and you move your brush across it, you're moving where the paint is settling. And that's pulling paint. And it's useful for getting the right shade on things. Or shade in the right places even. Let me close this pot of paint. I hope any of that made sense. The most obvious example, they have technical paints, like the Soulstone line of technical paints. And basically, they are kind of a gel consistency. And because of that, they don't really glide where your brush goes. And so if you watch any tutorials that people make on gemstones and things, those paints work in a way where you lift your brush is where the gel is actually going to sit at all. So what you are doing is taking that paint and then starting at one end of the gemstone, pulling your brush to the highest light point, and then just letting go. And that's pulling the paint. And it's settling it in a way where when those paints dry, it looks like a gemstone. But effectively, it's using that same technique with other paints to just control how it's going to look in the final result. It's a lot of words, but I'm glad you say it made sense. I feel like I'm rambling. If I say enough words, it'll eventually sound like an answer, right? Alright, so for now, we get the very, very fun part. So here's our big shade, and we're just going to go all over with it. We're going to hit everything with this Agrex Earth shade. And what we're going to do is pull this across the model, making sure that it does settle into the places we want it to settle, which is basically the recesses. Anywhere that it would be in shadow. We don't want to let it settle on the raised sections. That ends up being what we would call a tide mark. I'm going to avoid a lot of the black of the coat. Though it could be argued that you should hit that with shade as well. It is going to also be grimy, just like anything else. When you're pulling shade around, it can be hard to get it to go into the recesses that you want it to. And pulling perpendicular to it can often be the trick. Sometimes you got to go parallel, sometimes you got to go perpendicular. But I find if my brush has a lot of wash on it, going parallel with whatever crevice I want it to go into works better. And as it gets later on the amount of wash in the brush, going perpendicular acts almost like a scoop for the brush and kind of scoops it out of the brush. But it's a feel thing. But basically, we just don't want it on any of the big flat surfaces. It's going to look kind of gross. We just want it to settle in all the little bits. But we do want to get a pretty even coverage. We want everything to get touched by it. It's going to kind of bring all the colors together. Again, that's... Sorry, I'll bring it up here. This is also a lot of pulling the paint. Without loading any extra up, I'm just moving it from place to place so that it sits where I want it to sit. I'm trying to get, a little bit under the cheek without really covering the whole face in a big puddle, just like that. Oh, I'm so far away. Yeah. This. But yeah, so I'm kind of avoiding the majority of the black of the coat. It should be grimy, so I should probably hit it, but I just like the clean kind of black-gray color that we've got going. So I'm going to keep it for now. If it looks really out of place, we'll come back and we'll add some wash to it. But again, it's always easier to add paint than just take it away, so... Otherwise, I'm just getting an even coverage. All the crevices. Almost dipped my brush into my water. That's not quite the right shade of wash. Got a little bit much on the brush. I'm just trying to target this collar here. I still got a lot of the bottom of that helmet. That's fine. I'm drifting. So too much on the side of that bedroll there. We just lift that out. Instead, bring it to this backpack. I'm just going to drag this edge down. I don't know if you could see, but I basically had the shine ending right in the middle of the backpack, and that would dry in a way that would leave a mark in a place that we don't want it. So I just extended the wetness down, like without really trying to get more wash anywhere. Same with that, just so it dries in a more cohesive way. Get the back end of that. This mace needs a bit. Even across this bar of this mace where there's no surface for this to really settle, as long as there is some of this wash on it, it will stain it, and that is what we want, so that it matches everything else. I don't feel that I got quite enough on this face, so we're coming back for more. I also feel like it all came off of this hand over here. So we're just gonna give this a little more love. Or I just missed it. That's totally possible. Now I'm just looking for places where there are recesses that I'm pretty sure I hit, but just didn't darken down enough. And it's looking pretty alright, to be honest. Oh, I missed a gold detail. I missed his belt buckle. So that's a real bummer. Alright, we can fix that up real quick. And I think by the time we fix that, we'll be able to use the shade on the base here. It's actually drying quite quickly. But you can see how much that shade immediately brought the model together. Especially kind of in the backpack here. It's still drying, so it's kind of shiny, but... Although I am minorly concerned, it's looking real shiny in a spot that I don't think it should be shiny. Along his chest there. I may have fell victim to my own issue of it separating. Maybe I was talking too much. A quick fix, to if you do have some shiny wash, is actually to just wash it more. I'm going to give it a little bit more time to see if it happens. We're going to fix this belt. But if it's not fixed, I will reshake this, and without doing a bunch of talking, immediately reapply wash. And I'll get that matting agent on top of everything, and it fixes it right up. It means it's a little bit darker than it might have been, because it's now got more shade on it. But I missed this belt buckle. Blast. Back to belt buckleville. Population. This guy. Needs a little bit of water. Don't we all? Okay. There it is. There's that golden belt buckle. The angle is just wrong for me to show it off to the camera. It's hidden under his little square bit. And it does seem to be unshining as it dries, so we are good. So, trying to think what I can do. We're like just kind of a couple minutes, maybe tops, off of that gold and that base being dry enough to wash as well. So I'm thinking if there's anything I can do in the meantime. But the next step after that is basically highlights. Oh, you know, I can clean up his rubber tube. I can clean that up. We're just making it a black rubber tube. Keeping kind of this, not quite stealth feel, but sort of secret agent vibe. In fact, how dry are you? Nope, you're drying. Touch it. Touch it and it's wet. I got cat hair in my eye. It's very distracting. I don't know if anybody else here has ever had cat hair in their eye, but it is very distracting. It's gone? It's done? I think it's out. I think it's out. I think we're good. So we're just letting this dry for 2 seconds. So in a way, this is almost what, not quite, because there's some bright-ass colors on here, but this is almost what Grimdark would get you, of sort of everything is just dark and dingy. And from a table, obviously this bedroll is standing out, and the red is standing out, but it would just be kind of bland, and that's why the next steps to come for us are all of the highlighting. We're going to get everything back to the bright color where we want it. We've now got our dark color. And then we're going to get the really bright color. And he'll really pop on a table. My lighting for modeling is also very different for like taking pictures. And it's making it even darker than it really is. I just want that base to be dry. And then we can move on. Oh, I missed a skull with the wash as well. Got stuff we can fix. Ah, well, thank you. I can't see very well, so, good. I can't see super well, so when I do my modeling, I have the brightest possible light. I mean, you can see, it's lighting up my face. The light is pointing that way, and this is how much light is still coming up onto me. My camera kind of color balances, so it's a little hard to tell, but it is bright as heck. And it's just because I can't see. No light looks like that. That's just the room light now. Oh, in fact, that's kind of nice. Give my eyes a break. But I could not paint in this. Not at all. This is just my natural room light, and, like, there's no way. There's another big tip for anybody who wants to do painting. Don't do it in the dark. I don't know if you have or haven't, but don't do it in the dark. That was an extreme example, but bright lights are your friend. Except when it comes time to take pictures or film. Then you want really controlled light, and that's not what this is. So, you know, there's a lesson in there somewhere, I don't know. Probably to me, really. A lesson to me. Just get a bit of this on here. Hit the gold. It's really just not picking it up, so... There we go. And then this skull needed it. In fact, we'll hit all of this back here with some wash. On this black, this wash isn't going to do a whole lot back here, but we may get a little bit of definition. Definitely on the gold. And I'm going to be gentle with it. I don't want to accidentally stab the drying texture paint, but I think it's got just enough dry to it that I can give it a quick In a perfect world, you just start with this texture paint, and then it can dry while you're doing everything else, and you don't have to worry about it. Or just batch paint, and it won't matter either. But we do want to just hit it with some Agrax. Like I said, everything's the same wash for convenience and to tie the whole thing together. There we go. So that texture will pick up some dry brushing later on very nicely. And we'll do some cool stuff with that dry brushing to... We'll basically pull the color up his boots and onto the bottom of his coat, and it'll look like he's really running through a bunch of dust. It's really simple, and it just does so much to pull the model together. And it takes no actual critical thinking, but it looks like you planned a whole thing from the beginning. Which I guess we did. We've planned this from the beginning. But you don't have to have. You could add it to any model that's on a dusty setting base. It doesn't make quite as much sense on other ones, but... trying to think, I might actually... Yeah, so for example, these Necron feet, this is exactly the type of base. So you basically just pull the color up along feet. And it looks like the model is existing in the base that it's on. That's all. Thank you. Show and tell. That's my Mr. Xeris. I like him a lot. He's a very cool model. He's got a lot of neat wibbly bits. And I actually just recently found a part that had snapped off of him. So I'm very excited to glue that back together. Which is this part, which I just dropped on my desk. Apparently I'm trying to lose it repeatedly. Okay, but we got all our shades down. That's great. That's actually probably the majority of it done. So the next step now is we're actually going to go back to our base colors. The same ones that we used to kind of color all these sections in. And we're just going to paint that in everywhere except the recesses that we want to keep dark. And that'll just pull that nice rich color back up. And then we get to do highlighting. It's a long process, but if you're not painting a heck of a lot of models... Man, I missed more shade. I missed the Aquila on his helm. The Aquila? The Aquila? The Aquila? I never know how you say that word. Aquila or Aquila? Probably depends. Like everything else, the answer is probably it depends. Focus, please. Thank you. So I just want to hit this thing. So the problem is it's just running off of here. So I have too much wash here. It's pooling on the brim of his helmet. So I've just taken it all off with the paper towel from my brush. And then I'm just bringing my brush in and soaking it up and pulling it out. So now it's not overloaded. Now it's not overloaded. Quick and easy trick if you've got too much wash somewhere. Your brush acts as a pretty good sponge. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with the fun one, because we can. We're going to start with red. And we're going to pull red back up to being nice and fancy. So that color was Mephiston red. Which was that one that I missed? No, it was not. So it should be in here. Oh, and I had not missed Martian. I missed it in my list now. Mephiston red. I don't want this big a brush. I want my medium brush, which, for most intents and purposes, I believe Games Workshop would call a small brush. I think that's right. No, I think they call it a medium brush. I can never remember. Everybody else thinks smaller than I do on brushes. So my small would be their medium. Yes. I think I have actual numbers. It's a 1. It's a 1 in actual brush sizes. It this big. It this big. It's just a little bit of thinning. So this is where we're gonna work pretty thin with the paint. In the same way you would do 2 thin layers, you're now just gonna do 1 thin layer, and we're gonna let it stay a little bit transparent, and we're gonna use it to our advantage. So we've got some nice kind of deep, nice deep shadows. You can see this kind of boomerang shape. So that's what we're gonna try to keep in here, but we're gonna bring up the nice bright red again in the places where the shadow would not sit. I'm actually painting a little bit too thick here, so I'm getting really hard lines. So I'm going to thin it a little bit more down. You're looking for it to be kind of transparent even on the palette. We just want to build the color back up. So you can see the difference there. It makes it really stark. And again, super up close like this on camera or on Instagram, that'll look almost kind of jarring, a little bit unrealistic. But on a table, that's the only way you get it to really stand out at you as you get further away from it. So, you know, you can blend it super smooth, and the more you do that, the better it'll look close up. But you really want to keep that stark contrast to keep it looking good at arm's length, basically. So we're going to come in here. And this is definitely where some decision making can be made. So I'm going to say because on this cuff, for example, it's a little hard to determine what might be recessed and what's not. I'm going to make sure that where the sun is hitting it, or in most cases where the bright light of the game place is hitting it, I get this nice deep red back. And I'm going to bring it down to about 50%, like 50% of the height of the cuff, so that the underside is now all of this dark brown red, but the top end can be bright red again. And so that's going to imitate real life lighting. What that looks like in the round is it gets darker towards the bottom and brighter towards the top. And then what we're going to do when we actually highlight this red is we'll just catch the like tippy edges of the kind of sides of the cuff. But that's kind of what to keep your mind bent around is lighting. Or just do what I do for these exact models. But in this one, it's a little bit easier. So I know that this cuff is concave, and basically the top edge of it is not going to see any light because it's folded away from where the sun would be beating straight down on it. Whereas the lower edge would be caught by light as it shines down. So I'm going to give the bottom edge a brightening up. Like that. And I will actually try to catch this sharp edge as well, though we're going to hit that with a much brighter highlight. This gives us options later to really work that highlight up. But so now we've just got this nice kind of brownish red stripe underneath the cuff. Or inside of the cuff, really. From here, it's a lot of the same stuff. We're making calls based on where the sun is going to actually hit this. You don't have to make these decisions anywhere there's really nice deep crevices, places for darkness to dwell. It's just, it turns out that on these models, a lot of these red planes specifically are very flat. So I'm just kind of hit that, oh, that's blurry. I'm going to hit that front edge of the collar. The rest of it can be in shadow, or darker. But so that's how we're going to make our call there. We don't need to re-hit any of the actual stuff on the inside of the coat. That can be dark red. I do want to hit this top edge here. That. Again, this part is not getting hit by light, so we're going to leave it dark. The gun is casting some shadow in here, so we don't have to worry about brightening it back up in there. And that's most of brightening that red back up. I do want to hit just the fine edge on this other cuff, because I missed it. Back into my water over here. So on this cuff, what I didn't hit was that. Cool. Oh, of course I'm all the way up here now. So there's us brightening that red back up. Man, camera, that chest is really reading. It's very shiny. Just not really seeing it in real life. I guess I kind of am. Okay, that's going to want a little bit of attention. If it's a little bit shiny, I'm going to hit it with some more Agrax Earthshade that I've freshly shaken. Because it's bothering me. This is a very minor problem. And I'm going to be just a little bit anal retentive. We've brightened up the red. That was good. That was a fun step. Let's shake that crap out of this. And just reapply in a couple of these spots where it's really shiny. I just don't want it to be shiny. Actually take some of that out of there. I don't need a lot. I just want to get the matting agent into here. Just before I try to come brighten anything. What else is looking shiny? This is looking shiny. That's looking shiny, but I want it shiny. Everything else seems fine. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, we're missing parts all over the place. So, I'm definitely stealing Adam Savage's line of, this is a channel about what happened, not how to. So, though this is currently a how-to, so good luck reconciling that. I missed his belt. Through all of this, I missed that section of his belt with brown. We just never painted it, just not even once. I think I've got some brown on my palette still, which is another bonus. Yeah, it's a little bit chunky, but we'll get some water on it. It's another bonus of a wet palette. I can just come pick this up. And pick out this belt. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so continuing this project, see if we can get that belt to dry in time to shade it. I bet we can. In fact, I feel like we already did. Looks like the matting agent has mostly done its job. But I do need to now hit this belt. Pretty much just enough to correct that. Easy peasy. Okay, put that back. I did all of that under the heading of Mephiston Red, because I was all fixing issues. Which I mentioned earlier, I like saving corrections until kind of the next full step. But right now, we kind of can't proceed without fixing, so we do just keep trying to proceed and then fixing things, which is not the right way to do it, but you can't control your mistakes, you know? If you could, you wouldn't make them, probably. Just a guess. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and do... So we're not bringing silver back up. This is actually just the middle and bottom tone of our silver on our black silver. Sorry. No. I'm just not sure which section to pick next. I guess the silver, and then maybe the brown. So we're just gonna bring, again, that base Iron Hand steel back in. Iron Hand steel. This is another kind of like part of this painting process that always feels like waste to me. So if you're not accustomed to waste, this might be a bit of a pain to you as well. Just kind of re-establishing colors that we already had. But it is the best way to get a really nice range of a shade into a midtone, is to put down the midtone, shade it, and then put the midtone back. But it always hurts me right in the soul, just a little bit. Thankfully, the way it works, you're no longer meeting edges of other colors. You're painting only within the same color. So there's not a lot of places to make really, truly terrible mistakes. You can still do something you didn't want to do, but it won't stand out like a sore thumb. It's kind of the mistake where only you will, which is most of them, to be honest. But so with these, there's like a lot of bars and things, and they really don't have recesses. So basically, I'm gonna make them brighter towards the center of each block, basically. So like this block of, this block of metal, I'm just gonna color Iron Hands back towards the center and leave the darker towards the edges. Just because there's not a whole lot to shade. So what we're looking for at that point is just color variation to bring interest into each section and to give us a bit of contrast. So like this is just going to get a stripe of Iron Hand steel brought back just through the center. This will get it in the same spot. Just catching the upper edge of his little chest array. Lightly glossing it over the grate so I'm not hitting any of the recess sections. Carefully pick out a couple of these fat sections in the center. I'm not going to dive all the way into the deep recess. Leave that dark completely. We'll hit these top edges of his silver bit on his face. That dark. Hit this corner of the bayonet with the edge of the brush just to pick it out a little. I've got these discs on his backpack. We're just going to hit the top side. Again, I'm just hitting where the light hits. Become a part of the chair. Is it quitting time? Are we returning to this either Monday or next weekend? What's the plan, man? What are you feeling? Oh, whoa. Just smacked the model against my light. Cool. Oh, absolutely. No matter what you said, the stream is going for another hour. I try to go 6 hours each time. Again, on this rod, I'm just hitting it where the light's hitting it. Yeah, I'm totally good to keep going. I wasn't sure what being a part of the chair meant. I understand. I feel like I've melted into mine. Oh, in fact, a good old stretch is always welcome. Cramping up this arm, trying to keep it super solid. Full painting streams do often feel like a marathon, even if they're really not. Often broken up with other bits of projects or video games or something. But we're going all the way tonight. I think we've made pretty good progress for a night. We got a whole hour left. I'm excited. Oh. I think that's all of the silver re-upping. Got some nice bright silver back in here. I think now is the brown re-upping. I've been ignoring this tube along his front, and that's somewhat intentional. Because it's above other things, I'm very likely to hit it with mistakes, and we will likely just address the tube at the end as its own object. It's kind of like painting in sub-assemblies, but just by ignoring rather than detaching. So, bring out the Mornfang Brown again. Mornfang. Close my iron hands. Shake, 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 senora. Shake it all the time. And sip some water. Looks like I'm just really excited to be drinking water. Which I am. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of your frozen Kit Kat. Okay. Again, working with it quite thin. And I just want to, like, along this top edge. Bring that back up. Maybe along there. This lower edge. Keep the dark recess. Recolor some of these bits. On these leather straps, this is almost like an edge highlight even with this step, just because the recess is basically the majority of the strap. So I'm just kind of picking out corners where I really feel like it. I'm leaving the color away from places where it's meeting other things. So the strap as a whole could almost be viewed as like two light stripes with a dark stripe in the middle. And then the highlight color we're only going to use in certain sections where it's really kind of like the utmost, highest point. So we're bringing in the brown. Boots, we can actually get quite a bit more of this brown pulled back up, because there's actually some big flat sections of brown. We're just avoiding these really full, dark pits, basically. Be a little hard to show this foot. Can't see it and point it at the camera, unfortunately. Because of the model. It's all the model's fault. Maybe get it here? Yeah. So on this hand plate, we're basically going to just outline it, because there is absolutely no shape or form to this thing. And then I'm actually going to rinse off the brush. And here's pulling paint. So I've got some not yet dried blobs of paint, and I just want to flick them in towards the center of this hand, and now actually pull it away because it's very, very wet. And I'm just trying to move it a little bit. I've done a terrible job. I've accidentally pushed it down into the glove, but it looks like it's so wet I can pull it back out with a dry brush. But I just want to get sort of the gradient between the dark brown and the lighter brown to be somewhat smooth. It went okay. It went okay. Hello, Lunabelle. So again, we're gonna just sort of hit these edges. That one has some better edges that are being hit by light. So we're hitting that top and side edge. And pulling it down just a little into the flat of it. Just because they're small. Now for the pack, we get to actually, again, just identify where it's darkest and leave that alone. And then otherwise, we can brighten it right back up. So in this case, I had some staining in the center that was not intentional, but I'm gonna call it a divot. And then we're just gonna hit these edges, but we're keeping a kind of dark line along the inside because it looks like it's modeled there just a little. This stage can be kind of subtle, but it makes for a nice overall transition when we're finally done. This panel will be almost entirely that color. We're going to leave the shade towards that recess there. We're going to keep it, bring it back up on the sides. I think I actually want to pull this center one down a little more as well. But we'll leave that little dark scratch at the bottom. I've got paint drying on my brush, so I'm gonna rinse it off again. I'm gonna rinse it real good. Pick up a little more paint. Yeah, I'm not seeing much reason for any of this pocket kind of cap to be in shadow. Pocket flat, whatever it is. So we're just gonna bring that all the way back up. This whole side is kind of in shadow from everything going on with the arm. I might just give it a bit of a lift on the top pocket. Kind of like that. We'll have to see. Otherwise, calling that fine. Now we're just gonna get this roll underneath the pack. Again, we're leaving the shadows untouched. Just bringing some of that light color back in. Where we want it. Hit this heel a little. This strap needs some love. I think I might have actually done this strap, but I gave it some love anyway. Get that top edge. These straps on the top of the bedroll need to be brought back to life. Just this top. Oh, I'm getting shaky. Just this top bit. Just like that. The rest can be nice and dark. Okay. I think that's all of the brown that needed to be brought back to brown. So this step doesn't take too terribly long. Cha. I'm also motivated to stay up beyond 2 a.m. because that seems to be the like witching hour for everybody doing raids and things, which beyond the exposure is just fun. So I would like to be actively streaming beyond 2 a.m. I think I've done it like once. But yeah. I think we brought... Oh, the stone color. The stone color needs to be brought back. That's the Morghast bone. I don't know why I call it stone color. I think because it's Carrick stone is one paint that everyone seemed to do these masks with. Dusk till dawn, baby. It's a dusk till dawn stream. Although shit, man, dusk right now seems to be like 10 p.m. here. I guess that's sundown, basically. 8 would very much be dusk. Alright, so Morghast bone. With this really gross snot drip. Looks like it's got like a drip, and it's gross. Hello, cat hair. Goodbye, cat hair. I blame you, Lunabo. Alright. So again, we're going to bring this back up. We're going to leave some dark sections untouched. Got a chunk of paint. Get that out of here. Rinse the brush. Pick up a little more paint. Put the paint on the palette. The palette still has enough water on it, and this paint is thin enough for my taste. Put the paint on the model. Leave some spots dark. And that's a fancy bedroll. Yeehaw. Now for the face, which again is a spot where we want to be very cautious and spend a lot of time. Yep, the tip of my brush dried and I'm trying to work around it, which is a really terrible idea. So instead, we rinse the brush, we dry it off, we grab a little bit more paint. Work with your tools, not against your tools. You'll have fewer regrets. Just trying to dab some of this onto these eye socket pieces. Oh, and I missed. Yeah, we got most of it off with my pinky. Apparently my paint is too wet. It's diving into some recesses. We've not mussed it up too much. So we're going to quit while we're ahead. We got the rest of the face brought back up, so we're fine. We won't worry about the tiny rings around the eyes. Will, however, bring the color back up on these bands. Using kind of where the shade already settled to pick where we want to paint, which is where it has not settled. And we're just bringing that color back up, back to life. We try it again. There's all our Morghast bone. Back to Morghast bone. You. We're getting close to actually just being done, which is pretty sweet. Oh, I never changed my color card when I swapped to Morghast bone. Well, here, we'll do it now. That was Morghast bone. That one. That was that. That was that. That was that just now. Thumbs up. That. It's this one. We did that, but like back there. We did that back there. Thumbs up. Alright. Useful video. Good video tag. Me good. Now we'll bring the gray up. That's what we need. Which was Mechanicus. Morgas Bone, goodbye. Mechanicus Standard, hello. Welcome. Welcome, Mechanicus Standard Gray. Your lodging has been arranged. You'll find 1 chocolate on your pillow, but not 2. 2 is too many. 1 pillow chocolate is the correct number of pillow chocolates. Too many, and you're led to wonder if the last person who stayed didn't eat their chocolate and it was left for you on top of the one that was left for you. And you don't want to be eating somebody else's pillow chocolate. That's bad luck. So just 1 pillow chocolate. Okay. So, back to this again. Same deal as the rest. We want to bring these raised sections back to the full bright gray. The end goal being further contrast. Always contrast. That's always what we're looking for. Now individual fingers now. Straight across the knuckles, just to make it obvious that this is indeed 1 hand and not 4 fingers. It's both, but, you know, not 4 disjointed fingers attached at a wrist, but not to each other. Like some weird 4-fingered monster. Recapture the top edge of the hand. That's all of that. Gray is nice and quick. Okay, we did the red, we did the gray, we did the sand, we did the brown. The black was done, we did the silver. Gold. We need to bring gold back. And then it's highlights. Where gold? Come here, gold. So yeah, definitely if we go to 3 a.m., we'll be done. We'll finish this model. That's 3 a.m. BST for what it matters. 2 a.m. UTC. might be a little thin, but we'll see how it works. These are all such little details. I'm not going to be hitting a lot of these. Just enough to bring back the shine. Because again, when you hit it with that shade, that matting agent settles into the gold. And it's no longer shiny. It's instead just gold colored. If we want it to be shiny, we have to hit it with gold again. To an extent. Just leaving the recesses. We're getting the dried paint off the tip of the brush. Cool. Oh, yay. Highlights. Highlights, highlights, highlights. Whoa. Base coat done in 60 hours. I believe in you. I believe you can do this paint job in no more than an extra hour or so per model. I would not say we have been particularly fast. Maybe that just comes across as rude, but I believe in you. I think you can do it. I give you, there's a lot of muscle memory and things that I've built up for sure. And barring that, just put in a little bit of extra time. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff you can skip. I wasted so much time dotting everything, dotting all the little buttons with gold. I'm gonna have to do it again. You could save some time by shaking your wash properly, like I said to do, and then did not do. I believe in you. I think you got it. They're a little bit difficult. I will say the worst part... Exactly. You can avoid the mistakes that I made. I'd say, honestly, the worst thing for these, the thing that's going to cause you the most grief, is just the fact that they are so small. With a lot of neat details. A good way to save time is to skip a lot of the details. Skip the buttons. Don't go so ham on some of the key rings and things. That's a way that you could save a lot of time. Hit them with gold and don't shade them and leave them alone. They'll be nice and shiny. They'll pop really well. Things like that. But honestly, they're just so small. They're so small and it's a pain. But they're gorgeous little models. I think you put in the time, they really shine. And I totally believe in you to do it. Practice makes perfect. Etc., etc. Motivation. Peace and love. I'll even meet you in the middle and say, I bet you can get the base coat done in like 40 hours. The biggest time save, spraying them black. Spraying them black is going to save you so much time. Honestly, even on these shoulder pads and this helmet, if you spray them black and then instead of painting them silver, you leave them black and then just do the edge highlight step, which I will do with a silver, they will look darn good. This step is really, really nice. I really recommend doing it. I'm not sure why I'm saying a bunch of things to try to save you time. I don't think that's your goal. So I'm kind of going to stop. But there's options. There's always options. If anything feels like it's really way out of time, you can even ask me and I'll give you an alternative. But yes, 100 hours is worth it for a super sweet kill team. What do I want to do? I want to do a dry brush on the base. That's what I want to do. We might save that for last, because that's actually how we're going to do some of the weathering. So, let's just highlight the red. Let's just highlight the red. I think I keep forgetting to swap my little card, and it's really bad. But we get our first highlight, and it's very exciting. And this step is very quick, to be honest. There's not a lot of, like, long edge highlights on this, not like there are on Space Marines. So the real kind of peak highlights should go pretty quick. I bet they'll be done in 15 minutes. It's a lot of just like putting a dot of a bright color in places. So let's change our card. Evil Sun Scarlet. That's what we're doing for this highlight. It's the first time we've seen this paint tonight. This is a super bright, super vibrant red. Mephiston red into Evil Sun Scarlet is probably my favorite red overall. I use it whenever I can. And this should be pretty nice and striking. Per usual, we're going to thin it just a little bit. The consistency we're looking for is not that it's transparent on the palette, but then when we pull it, when we paint it away from the pile of paint, you can see it kind of pull back a tiny bit, but it doesn't leave a blob. And now we're going to be very, very light-handed with this. Only where it's really sharp and edgy. So we're pulling it into this corner here. So that corner gets to be really nice, bright red. This top edge that gets to be bright red. This edge here can get just a tiny bit. Looks like I've already dried up, which is super cool. Pick up more paint. On these cuffs, we're just gonna hit the top of that and a little bit of kind of a scratch in this top section. We can give it a little bit of texture that way as well. We're gonna hit this ring of this cuff, but we're gonna leave the like far edges. Oh, that's too much paint on my brush. There's actually like a blob. I'm just gonna take some of that off. But we're gonna leave these far corners. They don't need to be super bright. I've accidentally hit a bit of a recess, but it looks okay, so we're alright. I should really be using the flat of the brush here. Bit of an edge highlight here as well. Yeah, he's looking pretty mean, man. He's looking pretty good. So this edge of the jacket, this will get edge highlight like so. Actually pull it just a little bit into this edge. I think I actually missed. This should absolutely be a bright spot. Just along kind of the top of his knee. I suppose it's resting along the top of his thigh. I'm just revisiting a couple of these spots. I feel like it didn't get quite as vibrant as it finally did across the top of his thigh there. Now I want to rinse the brush and hit the collar. Whoa. There we go. So, very specifically, again, I have a little too much paint. Just pull that off. Just get the blob out. There's this edge along the top of his collar. And I'm going to pick out the front as well. Hard to pick up, but it's just brightening up that corner. This is going to get the same treatment. Just along that top edge and that front edge. Just like that. That's his red highlighted. Pretty quick. But as we add values here, it's just going to look better and better and better. The key is absolutely just... So the reason people get into, let's say, really smooth transitions is because a model looks better the more colors you have between the dark and the light. So if you have 8 shades of red, that's a really nice looking section. So you want at least 3. And we're getting 3 to 4 out of each section from this methodology between the shade and the highlight. So he's coming out pretty sweet. Next, we are going to highlight the brown, which will be... Where'd you go? Scrag brown. Which I'm not seeing in my list. There it is, Scrag brown. And this is basically just going to be corners on straps. There's not going to be a whole lot of this Scrag brown. corners on leather bits, not just straps. But we'll pull some out. This paint is actually already quite thin for me, at least where I put it on my palette. So we're going to pick out edges. And I don't even mind if I don't get it all the way across. You can see I actually have just like 3 bumps of it along the top there. That's actually quite all right. It adds some texture to the highlight. You can also go for just nice, smooth, straight highlights. They work as well as they always have. We're basically picking out edges. This scrag brown. Them upside down so I can get a nice angle on this lower edge here, which normally I wouldn't hit with this edge highlight, except it's looking wrong without it. I'm trying to think of how to describe how it looked wrong. I think it looked low contrast. It was just kind of bleeding in. It's hard to see with the stark light, but it's separated it out now from the rest of the leather by hitting that edge with a highlight. Because it's facing downward, I wouldn't have always hit it, but it's working well with it, so. Now I'm gonna hit all of these edges. These corners, rather. Edges is the right term. Just with the flat of the brush, which gives me a nice fine highlight and keeps some of the darker color to the interior of that plane of the strap. Take a little bit off here. And I'm trying not to have too much paint on my brush because it lets me keep these really nice thin edge highlights. If you have too much paint, it will spill over the sides of the edge just as you slide your brush along, just because there's so much paint trying to escape the bristles. And that's not what we want. Just like we don't want a dry brush. Get out of here. Yeah, dry brush. Now, a little bit more scrag brown. Not too much paint. Come to the pack here and just gingerly, I can't quite do just the flat, so I'm just very lightly using the tip just to hit these edges. Same deal. I can't quite use the flat, so we're just gonna very lightly. Well, we got a bit of a fat highlight there, but that's okay. Happy accidents. Especially when it comes to leather. A lot of mistakes can be sold on leather as just deformities in the leather. Because it has, you know, a steel plate looks kind of weird if you've got a weird divot in it. But leather often has pock marks and all kinds of nonsense going on. Take some of that paint off. We're just gonna keep getting these edges on the leather pack. Hit these things. Again, I'm not worrying too much about pulling everything down to the bottom of this roll, because that's all in shadow. Pick out the tops of these bits. Just get a little more contrast between the tip of that and the shade that's settled underneath it. This needs a high. That needs a highlight. Oh, we got a really bad highlight there. I was going to try to brush it away with my finger while it's still wet. And I got most of it off. Again, we're lucky it's on the leather. You can sell so many leather mistakes. That's intentional. Which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I think I just want to get this again if I haven't already. It's not looking quite bright enough. I want to get the very tippy top of these straps to just be the bright color. So I'm just going to give kind of a stripe of it. Just across like that. And that is also something that is kind of a non-metallic metal thing. You're artificially making lighting. But it looks quite good at a distance, especially. Just pick out a couple of spots on this rope. I'm basically just very lightly brushing this, just kind of haphazardly, and it's just leaving the recess spots untouched. That's how I do that little ropey bit. We got the boots still. Need a rinse. Just hit the edge of his sole there. That. Hit the edge of his toe. Bring it up the side of the boot. I want to hit all of this. We're going to hit each of these ridges. Just kind of from the edge. I'm stopping about halfway. That's honestly mostly a stylistic choice. And as I look at it on camera, I'm not liking the style, so we're going to bring it all the way across. And it looks much better. So the stylistic choice there was basically creating a false shadow, which is just to say something that's not on this base is casting a shadow on him, on that foot. And sometimes it looks real nice, it looks real interesting, sometimes it really doesn't. And that time it really didn't. So I'm gonna hit these raised spots. I'm keeping it fairly light. Just wherever the light would really catch. So like the heel is a perfect example. This heel down here. This would absolutely get just kind of a ball of bright light onto the top of it. Also the top of the sole again. Rinse. And I believe that's the brown highlights done. We're getting close. We're getting so close. We have the magic eye lens trick to do. And we have the dry brushing of the base to do. And we have the silver edge highlight to do. And I believe that's it. Oh, we have the black edge highlight on the gun. I've missed that. But we're getting there. We're real close. There's always one more. There's always one more. Every time. Oh. Same with, like, your model's just never done, right? You could always just paint more and more and more. You just keep adding stuff. You know, touch up that, fix that, add a little bit of this. Eventually, you gotta call it done. For things like completely missing a highlight, we probably just will do the highlight. But it is so close. I am definitely going to finish it tonight. I just can't resist. It's dangerous because I'm tired. Like, really the right idea is to go to sleep. We're, like, exponentially more likely to make mistakes right now. Like forgetting about a gun. But we're so close. And I'm so very excited. Oh no, and the like sandy color highlights. We got a lot of highlights. We're gonna do the silver one last. Of the like edge highlights. So first, right? Or did I do the? No. No, I didn't do the Ushab T-bone. I haven't done Ushab T-bone. Right? Or did I? No. No, I did not. Ushab T-bone. Ushab T-bone is going on top of these sand colors. It's not significantly brighter, because I don't want it to be significantly brighter. Much brighter than this, you end up towards white, and it ends up looking very much like bleached bone. But we want a sandy color. There's going to be very little of this. His legs are in complete shadow. I'm not actually going to highlight these pieces at all. They're totally hidden from any kind of light, and nobody's going to really look at the legs a whole lot. But we definitely want to get a highlight on the face. We're definitely getting a bit of a highlight on the bedroll. So, Ushab T-Bone. Needs a little bit of thinning. Looking for. I got a little hair on the end of the brush. So we're going to hit the cheekbones with this. And then the kind of oh gosh, you're out of focus. And then what would be like the bridge of the nose? It's the nose of the gas mask. Also going to pick that out. Pick up a little bit more of that paint. And now we're just hitting really these kind of top corners of the bedroll. We'll extend it a little into these upper sections, leaving even more space between it and the shadow than we did before. Stay to the center here. Just sort of pretend there's an invisible border between this color and the shadowy areas. Give it a rinse, the brush is drying. Building up values, do-do-do. Building up values. How about you? Oh. Kitty cat, up into the chair. Whatcha? Alright. So there's the Ushab T-Bone step done. Again, very little paint. Just enough to kind of pull one more layer of color out, which really makes a huge difference. The black of the gun, the silver of the shoulders, and the silver of the shoulders and the silver. Actually, we'll probably do silver highlight on the gun as well, because I think it's going to be metal. It's not black, it's black metal. So this will be a way to highlight what I was saying, where you can skip doing the metal of the shoulder pads and then the black Templar contrast and then this step. We're going to basically do the black right into this step for the gun, and you can kind of see the difference between the two. And they're actually surprisingly similar. However, I told myself specifically I was saving that for last, and that's because it's got metal flake, but it doesn't matter. I've already got so much metal flake in my water. If you want to be a little anal retentive, you should clean your water anytime you put metal flake into it, because there is a chance that when you thin your paints with the water that has the metal flake in it, you get the metal flake into the paint. I don't really run into the issue a whole lot. I don't worry about it too much. but it's something to think about. It can happen. It does happen. So when you can, you want to keep your metallic painting and your non-metallic painting separate. We've not done that at all. I think it's gone just fine. The next step here, then, because I'm excited to do it, and because we've got to do this in the order my brain works, because we're getting tired, is this guy, Stormhost Silver. Thanks. My brain definitely melts as well. I don't know. I get super focused onto a project, especially like this. If I'm just painting one mini, I will often just paint until it's done, sometimes to the detriment of the model itself. But I just get hooked. I will forget to eat. I will forget to use the restroom. I will not sleep, obviously. But the brain melting happens regardless. Okay, so we're gonna do this silver highlight on this dark silver first, or on the like black silver. Again, we're gonna get most of the paint off of the brush so that we don't overdo it. We're gonna lightly come in. Again, sort of painting the air until we get closer and closer. And that's what lets us get really fine highlights. But this is what really finally sells this black as silver. Or as metal, I'm sorry. And you can even do this in sort of a patchy manner, if you so desire. And it just makes it feel a little bit more worn. But having that silver highlight in a couple of sections really sells the dark metal. Rinse. Pick up a bit more of that Stormhost Silver. Take a lot of the paint off. And then come in here. Well, of course it's out of focus. I hit the brim of the helmet. And now that front edge. Trying to keep it as thin as I can. Now we got to get a weird angle to hit the bottom edge of this helmet. I just noticed a water droplet on my brush. We're going to clear that off. That could wreak havoc. The brush is dry, and I'm kind of scratching this on like a dry brush, which is not recommended. That is one way you destroy brushes. But it's also an okay way to get the paint on there. So. Pick up more of that silver. Get it to a point that I like the amount on the brush. which is to say that it is not changing the shape of the brush at all. And then bam. I did. I just can't stand fairies, man. Always causing pranks and things. This one we can't do with the flat of the brush, so we're just steady handing along the bottom edge there. I also want to get this kind of bright spot. Again, this is where like 3 pretend high points are meeting each other. So this is effectively a rounded corner. And I'm just going to place my highlight there. So now, sorry, I've got my arm in a weird position. Now we've really got a black metal helmet. Which actually really pulls it a little bit separate from the black leather armor. It does pretty well for us. Now he's got one more shoulder pad, and the rest of the silvery stuff. You can feel this loaded up. There we go. Honestly, the craziest stuff in terms of painting on my hands is like, sometimes I'll go to the model shop and he'll be out of towel, paper towel, and so I'll use the back of my hand to like dry brush. And I was doing my scarabs, which are kind of a bone color, so I had all kinds of weird fleshy colors on the back of my hand. It definitely looked like I had a weird disease, because, you know, if it's like bright blue or something, then it's obviously just paint. But when it's all these sort of fleshy, bony colors, it really looked like I just had something really weird going on with the back of my hand. Alright, so I want to hit like the tip of this thing. I hit the edges of these. End of this. I'm not using my words very well. The end of the handle of the mace. Just the very top edge of it, where it's being hit by the most light, we're hitting with this highlight. So now if you look at this handle to this mace, it's really bright, and then it's not as bright, and then it's actually quite dark and dingy. And we're making fake light on that. We're making fake light. Love fake light. Alright. Now, this end of this mace is also supposed to be black metal, so we're just gonna use the flat of the brush to hit each of these fins. And we're going to make sure just to get this sort of disc on the top of the mace as well. Looking something like that. A little fat, see if I can kind of pull at it with my finger, and I could. So we ended up with just this sort of half moon, and I'm liking it. Let's get the top edge of this. This guy. These little buttons. Oh, the gun. I said I was going to do the gun this way. Yeah. Okay. And in fact, we can do... Alright, let's pull a little bit of paint off. We really don't want too much paint because I'm about to slide it over these rings again. So just very gingerly, very lightly, I'm giving a pull in one line repeatedly, and I'm just getting a bit of a highlight on it. Nothing crazy. And then again with these tubes, because there's no actual crevices, I'm just going to paint the middle of the tube, like the furthest away from the other details, with the bright highlight. And that's just going to give it a little bit of interest. Just a very thin line in the middle of that, and a thin line in the middle of that. So they still get to be bright and have something going on. But now... That was bad. That was very unfortunate. So what I've done, I tried to highlight the back end of the very front of the barrel, and I've ruined a shade by getting my highlight paint into it. It's fine. It looks fine. No one will notice except me and everybody watching this stream right now. But it's sad. Those are the tired types of mistakes. It's alright, we won't do it again. Believe it. What I really want to do, though, is show the highlight of just the plain black. We're just picking out all these hard edges. That's bad. Yeah, it's getting dangerous. Just done it again. Do these safe ones here where I can use the flat of the brush just to get the very corner of this thing. Get the inside. We're making more and more artistic decisions here. That's all right. It's worth it to be done. I'm so excited to be done. It's looking so cool. Alright, so I'm just going to catch the edges here with the flat of the brush. These are pretty safe to do even when tired, because as long as you do it gingerly, they're pretty hard to get too wrong. I just keep being a little bit too ballsy. And these are things we can come back and fix. I'm definitely going to end up calling the model done when it's done, but you can, call it done and come back at any time. It's the beauty of the hobby. Just going to pick out a couple of those in there. So there's sort of, if you just do black with a silver highlight, there's sort of how that looks as a dark metal. And then as opposed to the stuff up top where we did the black Templar contrast and then picked out the highlights, so you're getting some of that metal midtone, whereas this has no midtone. It's just black and silver. But honestly, it's not that far off, except that I got kind of messy with it. Excuse me. Alright. I think it's now time for gray highlights. Gray highlights. And then it's dry brush. Gray highlights, then it's base dry brush, and the weathering effect, and then we're done. We will indeed be done by 3 a.m. It's a beautiful ting. Alright. Dawnstone. I feel like I've done Dawnstone. Did I already do gray highlights? I'm pretty sure I did not. I am positive I did not. We're on Dawnstone. Okay. So again, I'm not too worried about the legs. Nobody really looks down here, but I'm gonna get this one knee because that's definitely kind of peeking out of his form. So I just want a little bit of a round section in the top of the thigh and this sharp edge coming over here. And maybe continue it over to the edge on the other side. But that's it. That's all that knee gets. We might do just a tiny bit on this knee. Just there. And that's just where that light's really hitting. And it needs to be kind of brightened up some more. Really pulls the knees out. Pulls his knees out from under him. Alright, and then we're going to pick out the fingers. Just the knuckles. Again, I'm just lightly pulling the brush over the knuckles so that I'm missing the recesses. But getting a bit of paint on each knuckle. Don't forget the thumb. And that's a highlighted fist. I'm gonna rinse my brush. I'm sure it's already started to dry. Take a little bit more of that Dawnstone up. And do the other hand. Again, I'm just gonna grab these knuckles. And probably just the top line of this thumb. So that's all of the gray that needs highlighting, and of course the camera's out of focus. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Gray, black, red, brown, sand, gold, silver, silver black. Yep, it's base time and weathering time, and he's done. Which thankfully happened kind of all together. We're very, 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 very close. Very, very, very close. Ugh. Oh, absolutely. I'm not sure if you just mean from gray to painted or black to painted, or if you mean between some amount of steps. But I feel like every set of steps makes a huge difference, and I always love seeing before and afters of any amount of steps. I actually meant to take photos between things. I didn't think about it, or kind of totally forgot about my kind of plans for the stream. But I will take snapshots from the stream and turn them into photos. So, the next one is an actual dry brush paint. No, that's a lie. It's a base paint. It's Jokero Orange. And this is for this sort of Martian base. Thank you. I'll try my darndest. I think we're getting there. We're looking fairly pro these days. I thank you for giving me a project in this way. This has been a very fun project to prepare for and run. I'm very, very hopeful it'll be useful to you. Good evening. I am up late. Today is an instructional stream for a very specific model on behalf of a viewer, Mr. Wolven Wants a Cookie. And we just got so close to finishing. We're just gonna we kept the stream going. We're so close to done with this Death Korps of Krieg. Oh, we have the eyes to do, but that's gonna be a really fun step. It's very quick. But yeah. We got a black and red Death Korps of Krieg. Currently, we're on a Jokero Orange dry brush for the base, which we will pull a little bit up the legs so that it really looks like he's been running through the dust. Now, do I think this is going to work well? I do. So I'm using a kind of old, nasty makeup brush. Hey, I'll do as you ask. Posture check sounds good. With a stretch. Oh. Sip of water. There you go, there's the stretch. Thank you, friend. Somebody's got to look out for me. Alright. Yeah, so I'm going to use just an old makeup brush. This is like a really, really cheap makeup brush from a pack of 30. So, we're just going to load up the bristles. Jam it into the paper. We don't care about this brush at all. We're being super mean to it. Gonna get most of the paint off. Now, I love makeup brushes for dry brushing. They work very quickly. I'm just dragging it along, hitting all the texture. And the trick, the secret we're gonna do here is once we've gotten the base where we like it, we're actually going to get the bottom of everything intentionally. We're going to hit the cape, we hit the leg. We're always going in an upward direction, never down, because this is all dirt being kicked up. But we are absolutely hitting everything that Dust might be hitting as he's running around. Continue. I just kind of missed a spot of dry brushing down here. And so you'll see he already looks nice and dusty. And this is a pretty bold step. You know, it's gonna hit a lot of stuff that you spent a lot of time painting. But we're gonna repeat it with a little bit brighter of a dry brush. And we're just gonna do it a little bit lighter. Just gonna get some of this off of here. It's super simple. Honestly, it feels risky because you're hitting stuff that you've spent a lot of time on with just a really loose and fast step. But it makes such a difference to really setting them in their base as opposed to looking like they're glued to a piece of plastic. So, that's the Jokero orange. Next is Kindle Flame, which is what I was trying to talk about earlier. It is an actual dry brush range, which means it can be kind of hard to find sometimes. But most of the GW stores should have it in, and it's definitely available online. But this color is just super, super perfect for the absolute tippy top highlight of this whole effect. And so dry brush paints, I don't know if you've never used them, they're so bizarre. They are barely held together pigment. But we just pull it out. We really beat it into the bristles again. And this is much lighter than the last one. We're just trying to get some really bright spots, just a few. So, just gonna very lightly drag this across. And again, hit a couple of spots with it, pulling upward. Gonna go a little bit heavier on this base. We're lacking a little bit of definition over here where I didn't wait for the texture paint to dry. But so there's some nice bright spots. Can I get it to look quite right? Yeah. So there we are. Now we just have to rim the base. No, eyes, eyeballs, eyeballs. I keep forgetting eyeballs. And this is an equally fun, like, easy step that looks really cool. Alright, sorry. Eyeballs, eyeballs, eyeballs. This is going to be kind of stressful, because it is a little bit of hitting a tight spot. But that's our secret basing technique, which I very much enjoy. Our next thing is some Corax White. And we're going to put this just in the center of the eyes. Less is more here. We only really need a dot right in the center, so you don't have to worry about like moving the brush around to get all of the lens of the eye. If you can, great. But even just a dot in the center of them will look just fine. I'll show you why after I shake this Corax White. Corax is really bad about separating, so. Keep thinking we're just about done, and then there's always one more thing. But they're really fun things. These are the like last finishing touches that really sell the model. Alright. Oh, my Corex White is so sad. I need a new Corex White, so this is getting real sad. We're going to shake it a little bit more and see if we can just get a reasonable piece of Corex White. Smack it. Hit it a few times. Make it behave. There. Well, there's a nice blob. See if we can get any use out of this blob. Don't work with paint that looks like this. This is not acceptable. Ugh. Well, there's pigment in there. That's all we really need. So, because it's so thick and gross and weird, it's just gonna need a lot more water. But that white pigment is still in this paint. We could technically rescue this with some medium. Just by adding a bit of Lamy and medium to the paint. Okay, so I'm really gonna take all the paint off my brush. I just want a little bit left. See if we can get zoomed in enough here. And I'm just gonna touch these lenses. Like that. Pull that down just a bit. Pull that down. So here's where this is fun. So you can see I don't even have the neatest of the white on the lenses here. It's just sort of in there. And what we're going to do is close the Corex White. Put it to the side. And get another contrast paint. So I'm talking about contrast being useful in the kit. Blood Angels Red. So what we're going to do is we're going to put Blood Angels Red over everywhere that we just put down white. And we're going to go a little bit heavy on it. We're going to quickly rinse the brush. We're going to get a bit of water. And we're going to feather it out. So we're going to take our watery brush and we're going to put it near the edges of the lenses and pull the paint away from the lenses to get effectively a glow effect. It sounds more complicated than it is. So, I'm going to get just a little bit of this. And we're actually just going to do one eye at a time, just because we have to work kind of quick. So, Blood Angels Red. Rinse the brush. Get some water. There's actually too much in here, so I'm going to suck it up with a dry brush. But there's that effect for a glowing red eye. You can do the same on the other side here, with maybe a little bit less paint this time. Put That's too little. Here we go. Blood Angel's red. Rinse the brush. Get some water. And this is actually so small, we're probably just going to be repeating what we just did on the other eye. But we're pulling it around. And again, there's definitely too much here. So, mild panic while you do it. But it does come out pretty sweet. I actually want just a touch. Well, a touch more of this Blood Angels just on the top of these white sections. They're just a little too white for my taste. There we are. Definitely a skippable step. I like glowing eyes. I think they're incredible. So there's our Death Korps. We're just gonna rim the base. Though honestly, we were very neat with the base. Need to take it off of this. I have a weird handle, and it just needs a, there we go, a good old twist. It's just stuck down a putty. I'm glad you think so. Glad you're happy with it. I'm quite pleased with how it came out as well. I could see it in my head. I wasn't entirely certain how it would look when it was done. With my own armies, I often experiment with, like, sometimes as many as 10 models, just doing different stuff. It was a little bit nerve-wracking trying to make a good scheme for this right out the gate. So I did a little more research than I might usually. This stuff does not want to come off. The heat has really baked it onto the bottom of the space. I'm not too worried about it, but cool. But yeah, we'll be putting the VOD onto YouTube. I'll try to put timestamps on it as best I can. And I will take some good old photos, and they'll be going up on Instagram and into the Discord. But that is basically it. I'm quite pleased with how he came out. I know your initial sale to me was to keep the model, but honestly, I'd be more than happy to send this to you if you'd like. I don't think I had a return address, but we can discuss that later. So, wow, I am really tempted to not even bother painting it black. It's got the black spray on the base. And we really did not get it messy at all. So I'm going to call him done. That's very rare that I don't make a mess of the base. Scrape at that a little bit. So yeah, just do that 10 times. Well, alright. I will take that to heart. I will absolutely keep it. Project number 1. From my favorite Wolven, who just wants a cookie. Okay. That was a blast. That was a sprint, and that was a blast. Blood red eyes, because he cares not for his own life. He merely wishes to fight. Beautiful. Beautiful. Slowly pick up my things. I do like to end stream with a raid. I don't know. Let's see who's streaming currently. Who can we go raid? Wow, none of my people I'm currently following are streaming. We're the latest ones up. I have to take a guess on who to raid. Unless anybody has a recommendation for somebody they know who's currently streaming that we should raid. We got somebody over here painting some Krieg. Let's go see what they're up to. Oh, I'm gonna mute for an ant. This is tough. It's much easier to raid when I know who I'm gonna raid. Yep. Very happy with that. Thank you, Wolven. This was a fantastic project. Thank you, thank you. We've actually dropped almost all of our viewers anyway. I'm not going to worry about a raid tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. And have a good night. We will be back. Everybody will be back on Monday at the usual time, 7 p.m. UTC, 8 p.m. British Summertime. It was a blast. Good night.